Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the special business meeting for the District of Squamish Council for Tuesday, July 7th. Hot Squalowin, Queestaluknamuk, Squamish, Owayamayo. As always, we're fortunate enough to be meeting today on the traditional territory of the Squamish Nation. Before we begin, I have to read our electronic meeting protocol rules. I feel like we should just go around the squares and everyone can say one of the rules, but I'll read them out. So council members attending the meeting electronically are required to advise the chair of the meeting when the following circumstances occur. So when you have to disconnect or reconnect, so that this can be recorded in the minutes of the meeting. Council members are to identify themselves when they advise the chair that they wish to speak by raising their hand if they're on video, or by saying chair if they're connected by audio. And you'll be placed on the speakers list. With respect to a vote, council members do not need to state a yay vote. They only need to raise their hand for a nay vote. Council members, please, and staff, please keep your telephone or computer on mute unless you are speaking. Council members are expected to be involved in and participate in the meeting. If you're having technical difficulties, please text the corporate officer. And we'll see what we can do to help you get reconnected. If the technical difficulties are on our side, we will recess for up to 10 minutes to sort out the problem and get everyone reconnected again. Also related to the pandemic, we are required by Ministerial Order M192 to declare the reasons why we cannot accommodate public attendance at a meeting. As people know, we are planning to make some changes for the fall, but for the time being, the reasons are listed here as part of our motion. So I'm looking to council to someone to move that motion. It's moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Anderson. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Did we lose Councillor French? We did lose Councillor French. All right. We still have quorum, so we'll keep going. Motion to adopt the agenda for today. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Any notice of motion, Council? Seeing none. We do have a delegation coming up this month. It's just not today, so stay tuned. I believe that's on the 21st. But we are starting today with item 9A, first and second reading on a number of OCP and bylaw amendments related to aligning those two documents. So I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Daly. Council, we're going to let Mr. Daly go through his slides in full. Then we will take your questions, but we'll go in the order in which all these bylaws are presented on the agenda, just so that we don't confuse ourselves jumping back and forth. Then Mr. Daly will provide his recommendations, at which point we then have to put each motion on the table separately. And let's try and do that in order again, so we don't get confused about where we are. So I see Mr. Gunn's joined us, Mr. Daly is on the line, and whoever wants to speak first, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't believe I have the presenter ball, so if someone could just pass that to me, that would be great.
Coming your way.
Thank you.
Councillor Herford, is your raised hand there for a reason in the?
Sorry, I wasn't in as a, I was in as an attendee or something. That
oh
was
yeah,
sort of
okay.
Like a, hi, I'm here sort of thing.
Yeah, we got you. Thanks.
Thank you.
My apologies. This file is loading very slowly.
it or not. We did test this before we started the meeting, and it was there.
It's almost there.
Okay, thanks. There we go.
Can everyone see that all right?
Yeah, we can. Thanks.
Okay. So, good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Daly, Development and Subdivision Coordinator. I also have with me Jesse Fletcher and Matt Gunn, both planners, and we're all with the Community Planning Department. We're here today to present Stage 1 of the 2020 Zoning Bylaw Update. The District of Squamish adopted the current OCP on June 5th, 2018. This bylaw changed the land use designations of several properties and introduced new policies district-wide. Following the adoption of the OCP, the district initiated a comprehensive update to the zoning bylaw. The project will address 4 major topics, including align zoning with the OCP, increase flexibility, improve functionality, and address gaps in the existing bylaw. Stage 1 of this update seeks to align zoning with the OCP. The zoning bylaw update is divided into 4 phases and multiple stages. Today we're presenting Phase 4 of Stage 1, which seeks to align zoning with the OCP. Staff have developed bylaws for council consideration prior to legislative public review process. Recognizing the time-sensitive nature of a number of the proposed amendments, Stage 1 seeks to address high-priority amendments that support alignment between OCP and zoning and reduce the potential for misalignment with the OCP or infrastructure planning if not addressed in the short term. So we're presenting a lot of information today, including nearly 70 motions for council to consider. This is a high-level list of the bylaws we'll be presenting for consideration today. Each of these sections includes zoning bylaw amendments, while some other parts also may include some OCP policy language to help provide some certainty or clarity to property owners impacted by the bylaw changes. The presentation and list above follows the order of bylaws in the staff report provided in advance of today's meeting. Staff conducted engagement with affected landowners, and a summary of this can be found in your report today. So Section A, staff are proposing to create a new multiple unit residential 5 zone to rezone 2 large parcels of land from RS1 to the new RM5 zone. Staff proposed the creation of a new zone, multiple unit residential 5, which allows for low-rise apartment dwellings or neighborhood commercial up to a maximum height of 8 meters, as described in Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 2742. Staff have identified 2 large Greenfield parcels zoned RS1. The land use designation for these properties is residential neighborhoods. The RS1 zone permits development of exclusively single-unit dwellings. Continuation of a single form of housing is not well aligned with the OCP policy. Staff proposed rezoning the 2 parcels to the new multiple unit residential 5 zone. In addition, staff are proposing to include new policy in Section 9.4 of the OCP to guide future sub-area planning or rezoning applications for these properties. Policies include support for rezoning applications that provide as much or more residential density than possible under the RS1 zone, as well as consideration of increases to residential density when such increases would result in complete communities. Landowner feedback on the proposed amendments resulted in a request for some edits to OCP policy to specifically support a road connection from Newport Ridge to Pia Road and stronger language in the CAC policy regarding existing residential density. However, staff feel that the proposed language in the OCP and CAC policies as proposed addresses these concerns without fettering future council discretion. A comment was received that the RM5 zone is not in alignment with the OCP as it does not offer a range of housing forms and the potential build-out of the zone would not be desirable. The proposed amendments align with OCP policy in consideration of the range of housing forms across the entire Valley Cliff neighborhood and the need for walkable commercial development in the area. The Proposed zoning enables an appropriate housing form, but also anticipates future rezoning applications that would integrate a broader range of housing forms into future development land. Section B, staff have identified 3 areas of unsurveyed Crown land and 1 area of privately held land outside of the growth management boundary, which are currently zoned RS1, which is not in line with their OCP land use designations. First parcel subject to this section is a portion of unsurveyed Crown land located to the east of Valley Cliff and comprising the northernmost part of the Squamish Chief Provincial Park. I've highlighted the appropriate extent of the parcel in yellow on the aerial photo on the screen for context. This parcel of unsurveyed Crown land's OCP designation is Parks, Greenway Corridors, and Recreation. Staff proposed rezoning it from RS1 to P3, Park, Recreational, and Institutional, to better align with its land use designation. The next 2 parcels subject to this section are 2 portions of unsurveyed Crown land located to the east and northeast of Valley Cliff neighborhood. The 2 yellow stars on the aerial photo on the screen show the approximate location for context. These parcels of unsurveyed Crown lands are designated Resource and Recreation in the OCP. Staff proposed rezoning it from RS1 to Resource to better align it with its land use designation. Policies supporting this are outlined in the staff report in Section B. This slide shows the 4th parcel, which is proposed to be rezoned from RS1 to Resource. This is an aerial for context with the yellow star marking the approximate location of this parcel, located north of Valley Cliff and east of Loggers East. This parcel of privately held land is designated Future Residential Neighborhood in the OCP. Staff proposed rezoning it from RS1 to Resource to better align with its land use designation. Policies supporting this are outlined in the staff report in Section B. I will now pass it over to Jesse to do Section C.
Thank you, Brian. In Section C, staff are proposing to create a new neighborhood node zone, the C13 zone. We propose to rezone Aspen East from multiple unit residential 2, that's RM2 to C13, and introduce OCP policy that will, in the event of a proposed rezoning, help guide future redevelopment of this property. Next slide. The proposed C13 zone would permit a range of local serving commercial uses and residential rental uses, conditional on the form being mixed use. The maximum density of the zone is 0.8 FAR, which is the equivalent of the existing zone, but now with a minimum percentage of that FAR as employment space. The proposed C13 zone would accommodate neighborhood node style development. The parcel identified above, located along the Pioneer Way connection between Aspen Road and Government Road, is zoned multiple unit residential 2. The current zoning permits townhouse and duplex forms of housing. Staff proposed rezoning Aspen East to the newly proposed C13 zone. This parcel is in close proximity to an area identified as neighborhood node on Schedule C of OCP. The proposed C13 zone is also aligned with OCP objectives and policies relevant to neighborhood nodes. Next slide. Staff are also proposing to include new policy in Section 9.4 of the OCP to guide future development of this property in the event of a rezoning. The policies include support for rezoning applications that provide as much or more residential density than possible under the RM2/C13 zone, when that density enables the development of a complete walkable community, and given that there is a corresponding increase in employment space. Next slide. The new C13 zone and the rezoning of Aspen East align with the OCP land use designation and OCP policy regarding residential neighborhoods and the requirement for neighborhood nodes. This slide highlights the relevant policies. Next slide, and I'll pass it over to Matt Gunn for the next section.
Thank you, Jesse. In Section D, staff proposed a new Agriculture 3 zone for 3 properties along the Squamish River with existing zoning which could allow for further residential subdivision, but which are subject to significant flood hazard and are located in a restricted densification zone. Next slide. The subject properties are identified in yellow on the
Mr. Gunn, it's a bit hard to hear you.
Okay, I'll speak up.
There, that's better.
Is that better?
Yep.
Okay, sorry. The subject properties are identified in yellow on screen. 1050 Depot Road at the north end is undeveloped and is zoned rural residential 2 and park, recreational, and institutional use. 1000 and 1050 Laramie Road to the south are subject to a land use contract and have existing single unit dwellings and established equestrian facilities. I'm going to turn it over to David Rolston to describe the risk context for these properties. David is an engineer with the District of Squamish. Hello, David. Hey, David. You might be muted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So as Matt said, I'll be speaking to flood hazard residents in this subject area. The Integrated Flood Hazard Management Plan completed flood modeling for all of Squamish's floodplains. Results of the modeling showed that this area is among the most hazardous in the Squamish River floodplain. There are some other limited areas with similar hazard ratings, but they are generally either undevelopable, such as Harris Slough, which is shown at the south end of this figure, or they've already been developed, or they have other restrictions, such as an ALR designation or resource zoning. This map shows where the hazard rating is greater than 6 in red. So hazard rating is determined based on the depth and velocity of floodwater. Any area where the hazard rating is greater than 2 is considered a danger for anyone in the area, including emergency response personnel. So a hazard rating of 6, shown on this map in red, is an extreme hazard that would pose a hazard to life and limb for anyone present in the area during a flood. The flood model indicated that flood depth would exceed 2.5 meters and that the velocity would exceed 3 meters per second. So these are extremely hazardous conditions and exceed thresholds where provincial guidelines indicate that a decision maker, such as an approving officer or a building inspector, may refuse consent to allow development. Further to this, the district completed a quantitative risk assessment in 2018 for the Squamish River floodplain, and that indicated that the risk to loss of life is in a zone deemed unacceptable, and that's even if the district were to upgrade the dike to a 1 in 500 year return period standard. So that is well above the current level of protection, and that would require tens of millions of dollars to achieve. So based on that, the district needs to consider other means of addressing flood risk. And something that we talked a lot about during the Integrated Flood Hazard Management Plan is that risk is the product of the probability of an event occurring and the consequences if it does occur. So in that respect, appropriate land use is one of the best means of reducing flood risk. Less people and less infrastructure in high hazard areas reduces the consequences when a flood occurs, and so is one of the best means of reducing risk. So based on all the above, staff believes that a low intensity land use as proposed in this area is the best zoning. I'll hand it back to Matt.
Thank you, David. So for the 3 properties depicted on the screen, the Agriculture 3 zone is proposed. It is intended to support rural agricultural development in high flood hazard areas. It includes permitted uses such as agriculture, single unit and accessory dwelling units, and equestrian facilities. To support agriculture uses and align with the regional growth strategy, non-settlement area designation, the proposed zone includes a minimum lot size of 40 hectares. A minimum parcel size of 40 hectares is also established as a condition of use for single unit dwellings, but there's an exemption created to the minimum lot size for single unit development for the specific properties 1000 and 1050 Laramie Road and 1050 Depot Road to permit 1 single unit dwelling despite the parcel sizes of these properties being below 40 hectares. And for these properties to align the OCP land use designation with the OCP flood hazard policies, the land use designation for the properties is proposed to be amended from parks, greenway corridors, and recreation to agriculture. Next slide, please. So for 1050 Depot Road, the proposed amendments include amending the OCP designation to agriculture and rezoning from rural residential and park recreational and institutional use to Agri 3. Next slide. For the properties 1,000 and 1050 Laramie Road, the proposed amendments include again, amending the OCP designation to agriculture, rezoning from a land use contract to Agri 3, and termination of the land use contracts associated with 1,000 and 1050 Laramie Road. Land use contracts are going to expire in 2024 under provincial legislation. Next slide. These proposed amendments align with OCP objectives 11.3a and b, which reflect an intention to minimize community risk and reduce vulnerability associated with flood hazard. Additional subdivision in this area is not aligned with these policies. The amendment is also aligned with policy 11.5b and 26.6.2, which support agricultural uses in flood hazard areas. I'll now turn it over to Brian for section E.
In Section E, we propose a new C12 zone, the Highway 99 Ecotourism Zone. We also propose rezoning a parcel zoned resource to this new C12 zone. Parcel located on the east side of Highway 99, north of the Adventure Center, and south of Brennan Park is designated Conservation and Ecological Reserves in the OCP. This does not align with the existing resource zoning. Parcel is also designated Restricted Densification in the OCP based on identified flood hazard. Staff proposed to introduce a new Highway 99 Ecotourism C12 zone and rezone this parcel from resource to C12. The intent of the C12 zone is to protect critical ecological values and services such as flood protection and stormwater management while allowing for compatible commercial recreation. And that was the end of that section. My apologies. In Section F, we are prohibiting commercial water bottling in all zones. The zoning bylaw does not explicitly prohibit the commercial bottling or exporting of water. Despite OCP policy against such a use, the amendment will add Section 4.2a, use is not permitted in any zone, to the general regulations, and will include commercial water extraction, including extraction and sale of groundwater from aquifers, surface water from watercourses, or water from the district water supply system to be sold as water for commercial purposes, such as water bottling, bulk water export, or private sales. I will now pass it off to Jessie for Section G.
Thank you, Brian. In Section G, we propose to amend the density of 2 large C4 zoned parcels in the downtown and provide OCP policy to guide redevelopment in the event of a rezoning. Next slide. A significant portion of downtown Squamish is zoned downtown commercial C4. The C4 zone permits a mix of uses, including significant residential density with limited requirements for commercial space. Staff has identified 2 large parcels that are currently home to 2 of the district's 3 major grocery stores, 1301 to 1347 Pemberton Avenue and 1200 Hunter Place. Some redevelopment scenarios for these areas result in dense residential development with significantly limited small commercial space that would not support a grocery store. Staff proposed reducing the density of these sites to 0.5 FAR, which is lower than the maximum FAR permitted by the OCP. The current zone does not designate a density for the site. The 0.5 FAR follows the maximum densities identified in the C4 zone for large parcels on Cleveland Avenue. Next slide. In addition to the rezoning amendment, OCP amending bylaw number 2733 is proposed to enact policy to support future rezoning applications that provide much or more residential density than possible under the newly amended C4 zone, as well as consideration of increases to residential density when that density maintains the role of downtown as a core community service center by ensuring that space that could support a large format grocery store is retained. Next slide. The proposed changes to the C4 zone align with the OCP land use designation, as well as with the OCP policy that relates to commercial use in the The new OCP policy helps further reinforce the existing OCP policy. And I'll pass it back to Brian Daly now for Section H.
In Section H, staff are proposing a number of amendments to the university area zoning. The November 12, 2019 Committee of the Whole meeting, Council passed a resolution intended to address zoning in the university area. Council identified the following priorities to be considered in the university area zoning. Allocate the majority of the remaining 450 units to central locations serviced by transit with walkable access to daily services. Require inclusion of permitted uses that facilitate a complete walkable community in future development. Require a full range of housing forms and tenures. allocate limited density to Parcel A, and draft policy that requires development of a complete walkable community, provision of secondary access, and density that supports transit and municipal infrastructure costs. Apply a climate emergency lens to future development in the sub-area, and draft policy that supports rezoning to add density. So staff are proposing the following amendments. Conditions of triplex and fourplex dwellings have been included to specify that at least one of the units needs to be placed vertically above the other. The intention behind this is to further differentiate triplex and fourplex dwellings from townhouse dwellings. Replace reference to University Campus Commercial with Neighbourhood Commercial. Previously, University Campus Commercial was not a defined use. To improve clarity and flexibility in the entire zoning bylaw, an improved definition of Neighbourhood Commercial is proposed. The revised definition expands the types of uses allowed under Neighbourhood Commercial. Neighbourhood Commercial will replace University Campus Commercial as a permitted use in the UC1 and UH1 zones. The proposal also includes rezoning a portion of the UH1 land on the campus parcel to UC1 and to increase the area of UH1 zoning on the campus parcel along Mamquam Road and Helpland Way. This increased area of UH1 zoning will be a new Area 3 within the UH1 zone. This slide illustrates the area where the proposed rezoning is taking place. As part of this new Area 3, the proposal is to allocate 424 dwelling units to this new area, with the majority being apartment dwelling units. Allow a limited number of townhomes, 30, and the remainder being triplexes and fourplex, 54. And sorry, I skipped the majority of the apartment dwelling units would be 340 dwelling units. 10% of the dwelling units in Area 3 are restricted for residential rental tenure. To ensure the apartment units are constructed, a requirement that one townhouse, triplex, or fourplex dwelling unit is permitted for every 5 apartment dwellings constructed in Area 3. In Area 3, a height restriction of 10.68 meters has been added for principal buildings within 40 meters of a lot line adjoining a lot with a single unit dwelling. Proposal also includes allocating 24 dwelling units to Parcel A, shown on the left side of the screen, and 1 dwelling unit to Lot 12, shown on the right side. Policy has been added to Section 9.4 that supports rezoning applications on a parcel that provide higher density forms of housing to support transit and municipal infrastructure costs. The policy also speaks to development contributing to complete walkable communities with a full range of housing forms and tenures while mitigating the environmental impacts from future development. Staff are proposing applying the Development Permit Area 3 Universal Guidelines to the university area. The previous Development Permit Area 11 would be repealed. DPA 11 guidelines were adopted in 2004 and developed before the university and surrounding area had been built out. Staff have been finding DPA 11 increasingly difficult to work with as the guidelines are vague and outdated. Additional guidelines for triplex and fourplex housings have also been added to ensure the massing and articulation of these forms of housing better reflects single-unit dwellings. The intention behind these guidelines is to allow this form of housing to better integrate into neighborhoods of predominantly single-unit dwelling. I'll pass it back over to Jesse for Section I.
Thanks again, Brian. In Section I, we propose the creation of a new zone, C11, the Highway Adventure Commercial Zone. We also propose to rezone an undeveloped parcel along Highway 99 from C9 to C11, and we introduce an OCP amendment to clarify existing policy. Next slide. Staff proposed the creation of the Adventure Highway Commercial Zone, C11. The new zone would introduce a wider range of tourist-serving uses such as alcohol beverage manufacturing, commercial recreation, entertainment, indoor recreation, and tourist bureau. The C11 zone excludes the permitted use large format retail in order to support directing day-to-day retail commercials with downtown and Garibaldi Village. Large format retail has the potential to meet day-to-day needs of residents while negatively impacting the use of smaller format retailers and other commercial centers. For this reason, additional large format retail is considered undesirable in the vicinity of the business park. In order to ensure strong alignment with OCP policy, an amendment to OCP policy 17.4B is proposed. Policy 17.4B indicates that large format retail outlets be directed to land designated tourist and highway commercial. Staff proposed to amend this policy to add language that supports directing large format retail outlets to a portion of the land designated tourist and highway commercial. Next slide. To more closely align zoning on the parcel located at 39300 Discovery Way with the overall intent of the OCP, as well as with its land use designation highway and tourist commercial, staff proposed to rezone the property from specialized highway commercial, C9, to C11. Next slide. The proposed C11 zone better aligns with the OCP land use designation, as well as with the OCP policy that relates to large format retail. The newly amended OCP policy helps further clarify the intention of the highway and tourist commercial land use designation and correct misalignment between different OCP policies. Next slide, please. Finally, we get to Section J, amending voluntary CAC policy. Next slide, please. In recognition of changes to zoning proposed in this report, staff proposed an addition to the community amenity contribution policy. The intention of this policy is to recognize previously permitted residential density on existing properties and any future consideration of development where voluntary CACs are offered by the applicant. So that concludes our presentation. Recommendations for each section are in the subsequent slides that we can go to after questions.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for your presentations. Okay, Council, we're going to go through this with your questions in the order that they appear on the agenda. And it's okay if you miss a question and have to come back to it. I'm not going to be that strict, but let's try and go in the order that it's presented here. So the first one is on the amendment of the RS1 parcels. Are there any questions? Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. That way. Thank you, through the chair. This comes up both in Section A as well as a few others. We have commonly referenced complete communities. And I went through the OCP, and we don't actually have a definition for complete communities. So I'm just wondering if staff can speak to what we expect of a complete community and whether we should include a definition of such in the OCP amendment.
Go ahead, Mr. Gunn.
So it's a good point, and it is true that we do commonly refer to this in discussion, but we haven't articulated it specifically in the OCP. However, there are a number of policies in the OCP that we can refer to that we are generally thinking of when we refer to complete communities. So a diverse range of housing forms is a key aspect. Not just single unit development, but a range of apartments, townhouses, triplexes, duplexes, single unit, small, single unit. So range of housing forms, range of tenure options, some opportunity for people to meet daily needs within a walkable distance. So that's builds on the concept of having a neighborhood node where you can walk to and complete some commercial activity, meet, whether it be a corner store or some services. And then another key aspect is reasonable transportation infrastructure. So connection to a transit system, paths for walking and biking. Those are kind of some of the really key aspects that we're trying to achieve through implementation of sub-area planning. And I would say one of the other real key places to look in terms of how a complete community would be defined is the list of priorities that are identified within sub-area planning requirements in the OCP. There's a broad range of things that I just mentioned, and there's also environmental aspects. All of those pieces that come in under the sub-area planning help form that concept of a complete community. I think it's a good point that, given we're referencing it, we should probably look at updating the OCP to include a specific definition so that when we do reference it, there's something very easy to reference in the OCP.
Are you good, Councillor Stoner? Any follow-up on that one? You're good? Thanks. Councillor Pettingdale.
A couple related questions, and the first one is maybe a clarification. As I read it in a few places, it seemed to suggest that each parcel or each development would be complete community, but sort of stepping back, I get the sense that our goal is not to necessarily have each sort of parcel a complete community, but sort of looking at a broader area as a whole. Does that function as a complete community? I'm wondering if you can clarify that, and I just wonder if if there's some clarification we could add in our documentation on that.
Go ahead, Mr. Gunn.
Yeah, so absolutely. I think that is a really critical aspect to consider. When we are talking about trying to have this range of housing forms, it isn't realistic to try and have every property that's developed include all of these amenities and housing forms. We're really looking at it at the neighborhood level. So for example, if we're looking at Valley Cliff, we want to make sure that across the entire area of Valley Cliff that we have that range of housing forms, that range of housing tenures, some access to neighborhood nodes for meeting daily needs. And so, yeah, we can't expect every property to have, so every large development that's occurring, such as the ones under consideration in this development, or in this, the properties under consideration in this amendment, those can't be expected to meet all of the aspects, but when we look at it in combination with the rest of the community, that's where we get that opportunity to ensure that what is developed on large greenfield parcels contributes to the neighborhood becoming a complete community.
Okay, thank you. And I think I did see in one or two places in the OCP that was quoted, we do talk about a complete community within a development or something, I think, and I'm wondering if that's maybe not the best word in that context. And if you know, it's a bit of a side issue maybe, but I appreciate the clarification. The other related a little bit is I've had and seen some commentary on the commercial, and there seems to be an understanding or an assumption that that means kind of corner stores exclusively. And I'm just wondering if you can explain a little bit more about what sort of options are envisioned for the commercial we're talking about.
Yeah. I'll answer that one unless someone else wants to jump in on it. So it is not limited. Corner store is kind of the easiest reference point to go to, but the actual use that we permit in neighborhood nodes, or that we would like to promote in neighborhood nodes, is neighborhood commercial. And I'm just going to go to the zoning bylaw to read out what that definition is. So neighborhood commercial. So this is a permitted use in a neighborhood node that kind of encapsulates the range of commercial uses we'd like to support in these nodes to help create that complete community. And so neighborhood commercial means a commercial use that is specifically intended to serve the day-to-day needs of, and there's a range of people that are trying to serve. It includes convenience store, professional office, professional service establishments, childcare facilities, restaurant, entertainment, video store, a bit dated that term, and drugstore and bookstore.
Okay, thank you. But office in there, so you could have a
professional office.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Other questions on this amendment? Go ahead, Councillor Herford.
Thank you. My question is around the sort of the general concept of going from having these larger parcels of land zoned for one thing, and as we just received sort of a more complete community definition, I'm wondering about some more zoning flexibility that sort of encompasses that, because a large tract of land zoned for any one use seems against sort of in direct conflict to that, and whether that's just the nature of zoning bylaws, or is there some other mechanisms we can consider so we can look at these parcels as not just one form, which is I see us in some of these sort of swapping one form for another form, but we're still achieving one form, and that I'm not quite understanding that portion of it.
I will answer that.
I'm just going to let
that
you
is
go,
that's
Mr. Gunn, unless someone else raises their hand. So.
Okay. Sorry, I was waiting for direction, but I will continue to answer questions then. Yeah, so fantastic question, and I think that this particular amendment is going to drive that exact question from people who don't understand the backstory and the potential outcomes of the current zoning versus the proposed zoning. Right now, the current zoning of RS1 would enable owners to move in and subdivide across the entire area and create single unit development across the entire landscape, which is quite a possible outcome of that existing zoning, and which would not be what we would consider a complete community, because it would not have a range of housing forms or neighborhood node or any of the other concepts that we discussed. What we really would like to do is ensure that sub-area planning occurs for these large parcels, and sub-area planning is the process that would achieve what you are referencing, the ability to look at a more fine-grained perspective and identify the right mix of housing forms, where a neighborhood nodes go, all of those elements that we would love to achieve to create that complete community. That really needs to be achieved through sub-area planning. The intention of the RM5 zone is to set the future development of those lands up for that sub-area planning process. It does create a use that, if implemented in those lands, could be compatible with future rezonings that could add additional housing forms and neighborhood nodes. That would not likely occur if the lands were left as RS1. An RS1 subdivision that could occur on these lands would not likely in the future be compatible with a sub-area planning process. If RM5 is implemented, likely any development that would occur would be compatible with future sub-area planning processes that could add the element of a complete community. So our belief is not that the RM5 zone, which is proposed, would be built across the large area of these parcels. It has a fairly low density and has would have a lot of open space associated with the development. Our belief is that it would likely result in some development that follows a sub-area planning process and would therefore set us up for achieving the complete community on these properties. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Other questions on this amendment? My question is, when we've made the change from single family to this new zone, have we protected the density that was there, or is the density lower or higher in the zone that we're proposing?
That's a great question. Yes, one of the intentions of this endeavor was to preserve the density possibilities that we expected from these properties. So there are two things that we've done to reflect that, and that's out of respect for the current owners. So the parcels, the zone was designed to have a fairly large minimum lot size that would support future sub-area planning, and then the density that was supported within those large lots was intended to reflect the proposed densities that would have occurred under an RS1 rezoning process. And so in discussion with the landowner, in particular of one of the parcels, we had proposed what we assumed was a likely density that would occur on that property, and were informed through the process that a higher density was expected, and we changed the zoning to reflect that. So we took at face value the expected density that the landowner had suggested, and that is the density that's supported inside of that zone. But on top of that, the amendment that's proposed to the CAC policy is also intended to reflect that by ensuring that any future consideration of CACs is based on what would be possible in the RS1 zone, or the zone that exists prior to these amendments. The idea is that because the CAC being one of the community amenity contributions being one of the major considerations that developers would have around reduction in density, by respecting that density they have prior to amendments such as these, that would further reduce potential impacts to the developers of this rezoning process.
Okay, I have questions about that, but I'll save them till we get to that particular amendment. One of the developers proposed a no-build covenant, but with a timeline, and I'm wondering if staff can speak to why you felt this wasn't the way to go and that we should proceed with the rezoning.
Absolutely. Staff were interested in trying to ensure that we had the best possible solution to achieve the goals of the staff of the district for the sub-area planning, but also to respect the interest of the landowners. And so we explored the possibility with the landowner of a no-build, no-subdivide covenant. But one of the critical aspects there is that we wanted to ensure that we weren't just kicking the can down the road related to the issue that we're concerned around, ensuring that we could achieve sub-area planning. And if there was a expiry date on a voluntary covenant, we would essentially just be moving the problem that we are facing right now, the risk that we are facing right now, to a future date. If we were to successfully achieve a sub-area plan prior to that date, then all would be well and we would be off on a shared vision. But if for whatever reason that sub-area planning process didn't initiate, didn't occur, we would be in the same position we are now. And so we did not want to propose delaying the issue. We felt that it was appropriate to try and resolve it at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions on bylaw 2731, 2742, 2718, or 2722? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so we'll move on to section B in our agenda. So this is around the rezone unsurveyed crown land and private land outside the growth management boundary from RS1 to park, recreation, and institutional use, P3, and resource. Are there any questions on this one? I have one. I'm just trying to get back to it. One of the uses that's allowed in parks, greenway corridors, and recreation is golf courses. And I'm concerned about this as a permitted use in these lands outside the growth management boundary, where one could argue that ecological services and habitat protection would be quite high. They're also quite hilly. And I'm wondering why we're preserving that use at this time.
So, good question. The intention here was to address a particular issue, which was around the desire to ensure the development of a community, the housing form, and the elements of the community that could develop would result in what we're calling a complete community. Your point is taken and is a good point. That wasn't one of the considerations that was off the top of mind in the development of this amendment, and possibly because our assumption is that the most likely outcome for these lands is interest in residential development, especially given the topography. Something such as a golf course may be quite challenging to implement in those areas. I think the most likely interest in future for these lands are some type of neighborhood development, and if that is the case, the amendments that were chosen were probably most focused on addressing risk associated with that outcome.
If we look forward, Mr. Gunn, to the next phase of our bylaw amendments, I assume that golf courses is just captured in our general definition of parks, greenways, corridors, and recreation?
Yeah, certainly we can look into that and address it. That would not be a significant challenge to address and can be noted.
Because, you know, if I had driven by Furry Creek, I wouldn't necessarily have thought that that was a great place to put a golf course, but there is one there. So I think we have to just be mindful of whether that's a use we really want to encourage anymore in the district. So maybe that's for our next phase. We can talk about it there. Any other questions on this particular section? Okay. Seeing none there, we'll move on to section C. So this is the rezoning of the parcel off of Aspen Road from multiple unit residential 2, so that's RM2, to neighborhood node commercial, C13. I imagine there are some questions around this one. Anybody want to go first? Counselor Stoner?
Sure, I'll jump in. I have a fairly specific question about one of the clauses in the bylaw. So 2A J sub 2, it says consider a max FAR of up to 2.5 for development applications which incorporate 40% employment space and significant purpose-built rental. I'm just curious what in that language, like what would we consider significant in that space, especially since the C13 zone restricts residential to rental tenure only?
Respond to that. Not defined at this point. The OCP policy is anticipating that future development of that parcel would involve a negotiated rezoning process. And so the zoning that's put in place, or is proposed to be put in place through the amendments in Section C, are intended to ensure that if development were to occur under its existing zoning, it would be suitable for the neighborhood node and the kind of OCP intent for the area, but that in the event of a rezoning application, there would be likely a proposal from the applicant of non-rental housing on that area, and so that the proportion of that housing that might be rental would be something that would be discussed and determined through that rezoning application process. And the significant characteristic, or the term significant, is a reflection that we recognize at this time that's an important housing form. We want to support that in the future, but the proportion that would be appropriate is something we'd likely want to determine at that time. It leaves the proportion to be considered at full discretion of council at a future point, and it could be based on the needs of the community when that negotiation or when that rezoning occurs.
Any follow-up, Councillor Stoner? Other questions on this one? I might follow up on that, you know, and just building on some of the language in this OCP amendment. You know, in J1, it's an appropriate amount of employment spaces provided, and then as Councillor Stoner said, significant purpose-built rental. So maybe using the mud zone as context for what we have today, how does this zone differ in terms of that balance between employment space versus residential? And my second question is, none of this purpose-built rental is being addressed as affordable. And in a neighborhood node where you might have commercial uses, you actually would need affordable housing for the employees that work in that area. So I'm also wondering about its lack of mention in the OCP amendment around affordability.
Can you restate the first question?
what is an appropriate amount of employment space? So I'm building off of this kind of vague language. We have significant purpose-built rental, appropriate amount of employment space. And so can you give us a picture of what this might look like? And I was using the mud zone as a comparison. We have lots of residential going up in parts of the mud zone, not very much commercial and office in comparison. So how does this differ? How do we get the balance right? And is this language clear enough?
Okay. Yeah. So I think the nature of the language that's used reflects the fact that the type of amendments we're doing in this phase one are trying to minimize risks. For example, this property developing in a way that is outside of, that we know, broadly speaking, is outside of OCP goals. But it also is intended to reflect the fact that for a lot of these properties, we haven't done the analysis to say what's appropriate at some of these locations, which is why sub-area planning is something we want to do on some of the larger properties. Or in this case, we're going to want more time to do an analysis of this property in the context of the neighborhood that it's in. So it's reflecting the fact that we haven't done that level of detailed consideration, and that would be part of a rezoning process. You're right that the language does lack specificity, and that is intended to give that flexibility to the rezoning process. The terminology, using the word appropriate is, I guess the intention is to say there's going to need to be a consideration given the context at the time of a future rezoning application to make that determination. So I guess my answer is that we don't at this time have the kind of detailed direction that we would want to include in that. Although your second question around the affordable element, it would be reasonable, I think, within the scope of what I'm saying is the intent of this language to add in a word, the term affordable. So that's noted as something that will be considered at the point when the rezoning application comes forward.
So we wouldn't want to add something now into the OCP amendment that says that a proportion of the residential would expect it to be affordable.
Yeah, I guess I'm saying that would be quite a reasonable addition. If directed by council, that would be a reasonable addition to make to that OCP amendment. Okay. So that's something we could do. If council was interested in getting more specific about the proportion and did not agree with the idea of leaving that flexibility around appropriate, that's certainly something we could do. I don't have a reference to, I'm not sure where I'd pull that number from at this point, having not considered it in depth, but if there was a proportion that council said, hey, we think it should be at least this, again, that is something that could be incorporated into that policy easily. Okay,
Mr. Valaniskas, I saw your hand.
Yes, if I may just add to that, we have pursuant to our community amenity contribution policy expectation that any rezoning would have to, especially larger rezonings, would have to do affordable housing. So if we put a mention on this particular property that it expected to contribute to affordable housing in some form, I think that I just don't think it's necessary. I think that might set a precedent that, somebody says, well, my property doesn't say that in the official community plan. So I think that the expectation for everybody going through a rezoning process is that there will have to be affordable housing.
Okay, fair comment. In our definition of the C13 neighborhood node commercial, we don't speak to personal service establishments and we don't speak to office, aside from home occupation office. Can you speak to that?
Sorry, what was the reference to? What were you referencing?
C13, the definition of neighborhood node commercial, the permitted uses, and I'm just wondering, can I get my hair cut in my own neighborhood, or is there an office in the neighborhood that someone could occupy that's outside their home?
Okay.
Ms. Fletcher, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. This goes back to what Matt was speaking earlier. The neighborhood commercial definition does encompass personal service establishment and home office and retail and restaurant. It's just a more tidy definition than adding all the additional sub-uses.
It's under the umbrella of neighborhood commercial, which is permitted use E.
So we're adding C13, but it's subject to all the other neighborhood commercial uses?
One of the permitted uses in C13 is a broad use that encompasses a bunch of those types of uses like office or haircut. And so those all get brought in as permitted uses under the neighborhood node commercial zone.
What is that broad statement?
It's the definition. So I'll read the definition. So neighborhood node commercials permitted uses include apartment, retail, store, post office, fitness center, and neighborhood commercial. And the neighborhood commercial definition includes, as a kind of a subset, convenience store, professional office, personal service establishment, childcare facility, restaurant, entertainment, video store, drugstore, and bookstore.
Video store, that'd be great.
Yeah, I know. Problems with the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Any other questions on this one? There is one ratio in there, 32C13, where it says residential rental tenure. Apartment dwelling use is only permitted where a minimum of 25% of the gross floor area of the parcel is used for permitted commercial uses. Where did that ratio come from?
I believe that was through, I'm trying to remember, Brian, do you recall? I believe that was through our discussion with the landowners. We were trying to craft a zone that met our needs and their needs, or they felt was reasonable as something to implement at this point. Brian, do you recall, or do you have more specifics on that?
The addition of the language of minimum to the 25% was requested at the landowners, like discussion with them. My understanding was that was to try and achieve a mix of commercial employment generating uses as well as also providing residential rental tenure.
Mr. Valaniskas?
Yeah, so if I can just add to that, I also believe part of the purpose was to try and reflect what was permitted in the mud zone, but slightly higher in terms of employment space when compared to Area 3, which is like the most neighborhood commercial area out of the three mud 1 zones.
Okay, so does this align with the OCP amendment that says an appropriate amount of employment space? It seems like a low bar, 25%, so a quarter of the site would be employment and 75% can be residential. Yeah.
If I may. So the zone that's being proposed here, the anticipation is that because there is the OCP policy, which is supportive of higher residential density, that owner of this land would come in for rezoning and go through that process where consideration of the current context was factored into what was proposed. Part of as with the other zones where we were discussing that are proposed as part of this set of amendments, one of the intentions here was to balance what's being proposed with the existing zoning that's on site. And so right now, the existing zoning on site in this property has a maximum density FAR of 0.8. This zoning that's being put in place reflects that 0.8 FAR, but adds of that land be or that build space be used for commercial, and so they're down there between respecting the existing residential density and ensuring that the neighborhood node aspect is reflected. But I think ultimately the anticipation is that because there's additional residential density supported in the OCP, if these amendments go through, there would be a whole discussion around how much residential would land there and what the right amount of commercial space would be.
Okay. Any other questions on Section C, the Aspen Road parcel? Okay, we'll move on to Section D, amend land use designation for select high flood hazard parcels subject to from Parks, Greenway, Quarters, and Recreation to Agriculture and rezone to Agricultural 3. Questions on this one? Councillor Pettengill and then Councillor Stoner.
In this one in the report, there's a fair bit of attention to the flood hazard management plan and the OCP. And maybe this is a more general question, but it comes up for me in this one. How important is our other policy in sort of thinking these things through? I understand there is a particular issue in terms of flooding here, but is it just those two policies that matter, or does our active transit policy, some of our employment policy and community climate action policy, do those things sort of play into the decisions we're making as well?
Yeah, so in terms of the intention of the project that we're currently engaged in and the zoning that we're proposing here, what we're trying to do is align with the policies of the OCP. The OCP was intended to try and pull in components of all of the plans that had been completed up to its creation. So it is based on input from the Integrated Flood Hazard Management Plan, from the Active Transportation Plan, from work that had been done, environmental work that had been done. It tries to pull from all of those, but it has to synthesize that information plus the public engagement that was occurring at that process, through that OCP process. So the intention of the OCP is to be the umbrella that encapsulates all of those and balances the different values in those plans, and then sets a vision. And we're trying to implement in alignment with that vision. So I guess the answer to your question from the perspective of this process is that we're trying to implement that synthesized vision. But in consideration, I think from both staff and council's perspective, certainly it's not inappropriate to consider all of those plans independently in your consideration of and in staff's consideration of how these what amendments would be appropriate for these properties. This is staff's thought on what is appropriate to implement given largely the OCP policies.
Is that all, Councillor Pettengill?
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Stoner?
Thank you, through the chair. Two questions. The first is, one of the correspondences that we received spoke to the impact of the minimum parcel size of 40 hectares might have on reducing the ability for affordability of rural properties. I just want to confirm that it would still be possible for somebody to potentially subdivide or lease a portion of their land for agricultural purposes, but that smaller portion just couldn't be built on and lived on. Is that correct? So people can still subdivide for farming, but they can't just necessarily build an additional home on it.
So the proposal in the zoning, the current proposal in the zoning, is to create a minimum parcel size that would not, once the zoning was put in place, would not enable subdivision to smaller parcel sizes. it would not preclude a landowner from leasing a portion of land to an agricultural use by any means, but it would, once the once the rezoning was in place, it would preclude subdivision to smaller parcel sizes. It is important to note that two of the parcels are currently covered by a land use contract, and the provincial law around replacement of land use contracts with zoning does permit a period of time when before the zoning is becomes effective. But once zoning is in place and effective, it would limit subdivision capability. One thing I would note is that as part of the Squamish Valley agricultural planning process, one of the comments that came out of that was that, in fact, larger parcels were more appropriate for agricultural viability because they allowed the flexibility for farmers to change activities based on what the market was, what the market demands were at the time. Once parcels become smaller, there's less ability to adapt and change, and so it suggested that larger parcels were of benefit, and ultimately, I think by preserving those large parcels, we do provide that ability for flexibility, and in terms of affordability, I think the prices that parcels eventually are available for will probably be reflected in what possible uses can be created on the parcels.
Makes sense. Thank you. I have one further question, and it's around the accessory dwelling units. I just wanted to confirm that reading bylaw wouldn't agree with me that there was a limit on the number of ADUs that could be present on the property. Is there a limit to how many accessory dwelling units can be built?
Maybe Brian or Jesse, could you correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe our ADU regulations outside of this zone would limit it to one.
That's correct, Matt.
Thank you.
Maybe as a follow-up to Councillor Pettingill's question is, were the uses for agricultural 3 done in conjunction with our agricultural land strategy that we did with Area D to support some of our food policy council work and our agricultural work?
Yeah. So there is a process that's occurring to create agricultural zoning that reflects the work that's been done in that process that you've mentioned. And it's anticipated that there'll be an agricultural 1 and 2 or Agri 1 and 2 created through that process, which is why this one has been given Agri 3. This one is specific to appropriate permitted uses for these high flood hazard areas, and is considered to be outside the scope of that other process where those agri zones are going to be created for the broader range of agricultural properties in the community. So we contemplated how these should interact, but the creation of these zonings are more dominated by what's the appropriate use given the risk profile of these properties.
So what's an agricultural use that you might put somewhere else that you wouldn't put on these lands? I'm actually not working on that Agri 1 and Agri 2 rezoning process, so I probably have to look into that in more detail before I could answer your question. Mr. Valeniscus? You're on mute. You're still on mute.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Yes, I just wanted to add that once we go through the Phase 2 zoning bylaw update, which will include the other agricultural zones, if there's any learnings from that process, we could tweak the uses permitted on these zones as well.
All right, and Mr. Ralston, you spoke to this, but we don't often see in a report that we designate lands as the most hazardous properties in the Squamish River floodplain. But maybe you could speak to all of the studies and documents that went into that designation. So we have reports from engineers that became the integrated flood hazard management plan, but what are we focused on when we make these kinds of decisions?
So when I made that statement that this is the most hazardous land in the Squamish River floodplain, that was based on the model results that were prepared through the integrated flood hazard management plan. So there was an extensive flood modeling, or there was extensive flood modeling work completed through that plan, and that determined the flood characteristics at all points in the floodplain, in the Squamish River floodplain. So things like flood depth and flood velocity, and then based on those, it was this hazard rating that was shown in the slide was calculated, and so that's sort of a proxy for just the relative hazard at any point in the floodplain. And so looking at those results, and looking at the slide that was presented there, you can see that basically the highest hazard ratings are present in this area. There are some other limited areas that have equivalent hazard ratings, but that's for undevelopable areas like Harris Slough, for example. So it wasn't a concern. That's also reserve land. But yeah, so it's basically based on the actual flood characteristics that were determined through flood modeling. So flood depth and flood velocity.
People see that we're investing a lot in diking, and there's a portion of the dike there that was upgraded recently. But maybe you could speak to why this change, why we can't be complacent even though we've upgraded the dike.
Yeah, so this section of dike in this area was previously deficient with respect to the provincial standards. So the provincial standards are that dikes are built to a 1 in 200 year return period standard, and in this area the dike was actually 1 meter below that. So we applied for and received a grant and upgraded this section of dike to that provincial 1 in 200 year standard. But the reason we can't be complacent is because, statistically speaking, that dike and any dike will breach. There is a 0.5% chance in any given year that the dike will breach. So it's a statistical certainty that a flood will occur at some point in time. And so we're looking at when that happens, that we're creating conditions and land use that is going to reduce the consequences when that happens. And so that's why we can't be complacent. The Integrated Flood Hazard Management Plan recommends ultimately upgrading the Squamish River dike to a 1 in 500 year return period standard, which would further reduce our risk. But even when that's done, there is still a statistical certainty that there will be a flood that breaches the dike. So it's impossible to create a dike that cannot be breached, and that's not just Squamish. That's a worldwide thing. All communities that are in floodplains have to deal with that certainty, and so putting all your eggs in the basket of create a dike that can't be breached is not really a viable strategy. It requires a multifaceted approach that looks at upgrading dikes as a central feature of any flood management program, but also ensuring that there's appropriate land use, ensuring that buildings that are constructed are built to good standards, and so on, and good emergency response. So land use is definitely a central feature and takes into consideration that fact that dikes do breach regardless of how strong they're built.
Thank you. And maybe to our planners, the agricultural 3, there's riparian areas in these properties, so you still can't work within 30 meters of a stream. One of the submissions spoke to land clearing. But I would assume that our riparian area setbacks still apply even in an agricultural zone?
So the agricultural activities do actually receive an exemption from DPA or environmental DPA requirements. And so in considering whether...
Is that on ALR land or on just any agricultural land?
It's an exemption as an agricultural activity, I believe. Jesse or Brian, you recall that exemption? Can one of you look that up and we can read that out? But just maybe, well, when you do that, as a side note, when we were considering what the appropriate zoning is for this property, we were managing a variety of characteristics on this land base. And so, the OCP has a policy around managing flood hazard, promoting agriculture, and preserving environmental values. And there will be some additional impacts to environmental values by supporting agriculture in this area. This is one of those situations where we have trade-offs between values that we can't necessarily align all values together in the same decision. And so from staff's perspective, the need to manage the flood hazard and the desire to support agriculture became the more prominent values for consideration in this decision, and recognizing that could have some additional impacts on environmental values on the property.
Mr. Valenuskis?
Thank you. I just wanted to know that agriculture is currently also a permitted use on at least some of these parcels, so that won't be changing.
Yeah, I'm just surprised to hear that agriculture gets a full exemption. I mean, forestry doesn't get a full exemption from riparian setbacks. These are salmon habitat, so that's confusing to me.
Yeah, maybe just 1 second then.
Councillor Pettengill, do you have a question in the interim?
Yeah, well, it's kind of related because I think it was mentioned that this was an exemption given by our DPA environmental guidelines. So I'm wondering if it's within our discretion to change that, or that's a provincially legislated exemption.
Mr. Valenuskis?
It's provincially legislated regulation, so there's an act, I believe, it's a provincial act, and it prohibits certain local government regulations from applying on agricultural activity.
But is that for ALR lands, Mr. Valenuskis, which are very specific and have lots of rules, versus just trying to protect the use in a more urban environment?
No, I believe it's not just ALR. It's any activity. So if you have a property that's been assessed as a farm, so you have to make sure that there's farm income, then the I think it's called Right to Farm Act applies. Well, you have to show income, so you can't just start clearing the property without any agricultural activity on it.
It just seems strange that we can't protect an environmental asset in the same zone as agriculture. One would hope that the two could work together. So, but anyway, if that could be made clear, if this goes to public hearing, that would be helpful. Any other questions on section D? Sorry, we were on D. Okay. Moving on. Section E, rezone RE parcel along Highway 99 to Highway 99 Ecotourism C12. Any questions related to this one? Not seeing any. Section F, this is the prohibition on commercial bottling and export of water within the district of Squamish. I just want to confirm, Mr. Daly, that this does include our aquifers.
Yes, that's correct.
Any other questions on that one? Okay, next up is Section G, amend zoning of large C4 properties in downtown. So this is to protect our grocery stores. Any questions on this one? Section H, allocate university housing units in the UH1 zone. Any questions on this one? Can you just remind me again why we're changing that small northern portion from UH1 to UC1?
Mayor, that's to kind of facilitate the development of most of the allocation of density to Area 3, so because it's a more centralized location. There are lots of challenges in that use the Route 2 to the northwest portion. There's quite steep slopes. It would have kind of an awkward access point, and it would potentially preserve future connection to parcels to the north through there. Also, we felt it was necessary that if we were reducing the amount of UC1 zone to kind of increase it elsewhere. So that was the rationale behind that.
Thanks. And can you speak to why 10% of the dwelling units in Area 3 would be residential rental tenure? One would think that close to a university you would want a higher ratio of rental than 10%. That just seemed strange to me.
That's a fair point. In discussions with the landowners, we were attempting to try and strike a balance that would still provide rental housing. Student and faculty housing is still a permitted use in both the UH1 zone and the UC1 zone. So there's still the opportunity for that, but that is a valid point, and maybe I'll pass it to Matt.
Yeah, Mr. Gunn.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. One of the kind of specific nature or characteristics of the current institution there, and hence the policies and zoning that are associated with it, are that there is actually an intention to have the students housed on the campus, and there is all of the potential students that could go to the campus have bed units associated with them that is zoned to be provided in the UC1 lands. And so the intention had been to house all the students in the UC area, with the UH area being intended for market housing. And so, the OCV policies reflect that intention and vision. We were bringing, the intention is to make sure that the zoning reflects the current OCP vision for that area. So we're largely trying to align with that vision of how the students were going to be housed in the campus area, recognizing that rental housing is important for the broader community. The idea was to add that element into the consideration for this tract of land, but that hadn't really been stipulated or identified in any of the policy documents prior to this rezoning process, and so it was a new addition outside of the existing sub-area plan for that area.
Yeah, given that we're trying to put commercial areas up there and that staff work at universities, not just faculty, it seems like still a low number to me. So it takes more than just faculty to make a university work.
If there's specific direction from council, we could certainly make that change. One thing I should note is that for the university, the student and or staff and faculty, student faculty permitted use wasn't the numbers of bed units that were associated were set up to cover the 1,200 students that would be there and the 300 staff, which was envisioned to be the total staff for the campus, not only tutors but also all staff that would work on campus. Those 1,500 total units are permitted as staff and faculty housing units on campus on the UC zone. So they were considered in the housing zoning framework.
Okay. Any other questions on Section H? Councillor Pettengill?
Yeah, the Parcel A and the 25, from what I understand, could be large lot, single-family dwellings. Is there anything in terms of sub-area planning and so on that might help align a bit better with what I understand some of our more general OCP and other direction to be? Or are we comfortable with that? Or I'm just wondering if you can speak to that a little bit.
Yes, certainly. The OCP policy that is proposed as part of this amendment reflects an intention that we'd like to see a lot more density on that in that area, and that sub-area planning would be a part of that process. And so the expectation is that it's highly unlikely that that area will be developed without a sub-area planning process. To put in the infrastructure to start doing development in that area is going to be quite an endeavor, and there will need to be higher density required to make that viable, and that will trigger, because the allocated units there are quite low, that will trigger a need to go into sub-area planning for that process, for that rezoning. And so all of our desired kind of complete community policies will come in at that point.
Anything else? Mr.
If I could just add, single unit dwellings and 2-unit dwellings are only permitted where essentially where they've already been built out in the UH1 zone.
All right. Section I, rezone undeveloped C9 parcels along the Highway 99 to Highway Adventure Commercial C11. Any questions? I have a question. We put things like fitness centers and restaurants on hold in the business park, and one of the uses in this is fitness center and indoor recreation. I'm wondering how we're like jiving those two things. Yep, go ahead.
This parcel is zoned as a commercial property, highway commercial. And so in consideration of the need to be very strategic about how we use our industrial lands in the business park, it did seem like some of those uses that there's demand for, but we want to be careful about where they land. It seemed like the commercially zoned property and commercially designated in the OCP property that we're talking about right now might be a good location for those to land, to release some of the pressure on the land that is designated and zoned for industrial use in the business park.
Okay. And when you say indoor recreation, could you put another indoor climbing gym there? Could you put an indoor mountain biking park there? Like, what kind of indoor recreation are you talking? Or like, are you talking more like a ninja gym kind of thing?
Just for good clarity, I will read the definition. Indoor recreation means the use of a building for indoor recreation activities that require a warehouse-type space and may include climbing walls, adventure centers, but specifically excludes arcades. So it's, I think, all of the examples that you mentioned would be suitable to fall under that fairly broad category. So yes, I think it's a fairly flexible zone, except for those arcades.
The feedback from the proponent wanted to put something in like market rental, but this zone doesn't include any residential, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah.
It is not reflective of any possibility for residential on this property.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. Just a quick question on the restaurant conditions of use. We have a limitation of maximum 30% of the floor area for accessory restaurant to an alcoholic beverage manufacturing. And I'm just curious about that 30%. What does that look like relative to some of the other operations that we're seeing in the business park?
Okay, yeah, that's a good question. I actually don't have off the top of my head the numbers, but I can actually make a guess, and that is that when we've talked to some of the existing operations, the idea of having a 30% permitted restaurant use as opposed to the current permitted use structure, which is 50 seats. It sounds like that, we've heard from some of them that is an appealing prospect because it allows them to increase their restaurant size as they grow in terms of their manufacturing capability. So it does a good job of allowing growth, but keeping it as accessory to the primary intent, which is, some type of production facility. As I recall, I think that would have provided opportunity for growth across some of the existing properties, but especially because the idea of being able to grow the industrial capacity provides that additional growth possibility. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, totally. That's helpful to have that kind of that context of why we're moving away from that seated capacity to a percentage of gross floor area. So thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions on that one? Okay, last one, I think. Section J, this is the voluntary CAC policy update. So one of my questions I asked earlier is that we are protecting, it sounds like, the density on each of these parcels that they originally had, but moving to aligning them better with our OCP. And CACers are there to compensate the community for the added density. So if we haven't really changed the density, I'm not sure I understand the need for this amendment. Because anything that gets rezoned on top of this was going to get rezoned on top of the existing density anyway. So yeah, I'm having trouble sort of wrapping my head around this. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I would say this falls under the category of belt and suspenders, where we're trying to achieve a goal, and that is respecting existing densities in the light of some significant potential changes. Some of the analysis we've done to try and set the densities at an appropriate level to reflect the existing development potential is somewhat is a bit speculative and involves some assumptions and guesswork. And so, we've tried to do our best job to match those, but it's likely that with detailed consideration, we may not have a 100% match. And so the idea was to do our best job in the zoning to respect that, and to in consideration of the impacts of these zones on property owners, to give them additional confidence that we will continue to respect those existing densities that could be changed by adding this policy to the CAC. So we're really trying to use multiple approaches, recognizing that both have some uncertainty and there may be some limited accuracies to give that confidence. But it is a policy, and so it wouldn't be binding on council. Council would have the opportunity to consider as they felt appropriate.
But wouldn't it be true that without doing detailed studies on their land, none of these proponents are 100% sure of their own density at this point, given steep slopes, riparian area setbacks, a DP interface for wildfire, all those sorts of things, that they're also speculating on the density that they have in front of them?
Absolutely. And so it was there was an element of taking at face value, what seemed likely, knowing that it may not be 100% accurate, given the considerations that are going to be required. And I think one thing about this policy does allow that flexibility for that consideration at a later point. There could be that discussion around, well, what could have been possible. But you're right, there is additional uncertainty in that aspect.
Other questions? Councillor Pangill?
Yeah, just on the same policy, I was struggling a bit because I started to wonder, well, does this apply to anyone then? Can they go back to the last OCP or 2 OCPs ago? I'm just sort of wondering, what this actually means in practical terms as we move forward. And I'm sort of assuming that, and it sounds like we have generally tried to understand the broad context, weigh all the pros and cons, and figure out the best compromise going forward. And that's, I guess, sort of where I would feel comfortable, and then might expect, and is the reason why we couldn't going forward, if there is a rezoning discussion, sort of have the discussion about the context of what had happened and sort of make a determination at that point with that information, as opposed to a policy that reaches back to, I don't know, because it doesn't say which OCD policy we're reaching back to, and I don't see if I could reach back one, why I wouldn't be able to reach back 3 policies ago in terms of density and so on.
Yeah, so that's a totally valid comment. Originally, this policy was drafted to be hyper-specific to properties and this rezoning, but it actually became this monstrous long thing and seemed like it might not be the appropriate thing to land in a policy. So we chose this approach, which was more generalized. But you're right, it may encompass other properties that we haven't considered at this point. And so that is a possibility. It's a bit of a fine balancing act. We could amend this policy to say, properties that were rezoned to align with the OCP at this date and this set of amendments that we're doing to make that specific. It could be removed. I think one of the things that staff is trying to do is balance that, the significant impacts that are coming with some of these changes on the landowners and trying to accommodate their perspective in that case. But it does have the possibility to be interpreted more broadly in its current form.
But when you say significant impacts, Mr. Gunn, you're speaking to our discretion to apply zoning that's in line with our OCP?
Yes, as we implement zoning to align with our OCP, there are going to be some impacts with this suite of zones that are being proposed on landowners of the lands being rezoned, and so that is the nature of why we're proposing this piece, is to try and recognize that and minimize some of those impacts where possible.
Okay, any other questions on this one? Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. So just to fully clarify, based on the number of rezonings that we're looking at today, how many of those do we think that this policy would actually apply to?
The properties that this is drafted in consideration of, that most likely are being impacted, are the properties that are being rezoned from RS1 to the RM5, and the Aspen East parcel that is being rezoned to the neighborhood commercial. Those are the ones with current residential density where the landscape is shifting and there is, trying to maintain density possibilities, but there could be some changes, and they're really the key parcels that this is relevant to.
Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just struggling a little bit. So, yeah, my understanding, especially with the RM or the RS1 properties is that we said we were maintaining the density. And so I am struggling to see, in terms of CAC calculations in a rezoning context, what difference that would make if we're starting from the same density in either case. And so, you know, are we just overcomplicating things? I mean, I get the sense that staff has paid a lot of attention to try and maintain the density already. And so, you know, I'm wondering, how would we even do the calculation for the old OCP designation, even if we decided to keep that policy, as opposed to, it sounds like it's going to be hard enough to do it on the current one, unless I'm misunderstanding something.
You're correct. It is not a straightforward calculation by any means. What is the exact density that could be possible at the end of a process where somebody comes into development, considers all the current constraints on development, and you know what sizes are being built and what types of units. So there is uncertainty, and so you know, I think we endeavored to do our best, but we recognize that without having the tools to do the detailed planning for those properties, you know, where are the roads going to go, you know, what's the balance between road infrastructure and other infrastructure, and where land can be developed. Without having gone through that's a challenging process that we weren't able to do, and so we're recognizing that we have uncertainty, but there would be other uncertainty looking back and saying what would have been possible. So I think, you know, no matter how this is approached, there is uncertainty and some challenge, and I think what we were trying to do was to say, hey, this policy indicates that there will be consideration of what was possible when we talk about where we're going to. But that does mean that there's going to be, at a future point, some need to think about what was possible. So the applicant would probably have to say, hey, here's what we thought we were going to be able to do, and here's what we now think we're able to do, and there's where the CACs should be considered. But it opens the door to that discussion.
Just a quick follow-up. Without this policy, though, that discussion is still available and would still be one we would probably have anyways. Is that not correct?
Absolutely. Fully at council's discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I think we're done. Are there any other questions? Oh, no, Councillor Stoner's not done. Oh, you're going back. Yep.
To section A. I forgot one of my questions. Okay. So on page 50, package, this is bylaw number 2731, amendment to the OCP as it relates to the RS1 parcels. Section 4, subsection 2AK4 reads, employment space provided should reflect the needs of the neighborhood and community, but should not necessarily meet the minimum established by the existing zoning. And I was very confused by that statement. I'm wondering if staff can explain what that means and what we are expecting in terms of employment space provided if it's not expected to meet the minimum established in the existing zone.
I can answer that. That is reflective of the fact that there is the possibility for, you know, and actually, when I look at that, I think this zone had gone through a couple changes along the way that was proposed here, and I actually think in an earlier iteration we had a requirement for a certain amount of employment space, and so the idea was that it was essentially trying to keep a clean slate for the rezoning process, that if a sub-area plan came in and a rezoning was occurring on these properties, that there essentially it was an open discussion around what the appropriate amount of employment space was for this area as sub-area planning progressed. And I think it was because actually in an earlier iteration there was a requirement for a certain amount of employment space, and you know, whether or not that was the right amount wasn't, you know, staff didn't have a clear sense of that at that point. But essentially it creates flexibility to choose the right amount based on a sub-area planning process.
Go ahead.
So what is the current minimum amount based on the existing zoning?
I actually think it's 0. I think that's why it is maybe, I think maybe that we should have probably pulled that out or amended how that was written. Brian, does that seem accurate? Is that reflecting earlier iterations of the zone?
Yes, that's correct. And the minimum right now would be 0 in RS1.
Yeah, I think you noted something that we probably should fix.
Good
Thank
catch,
you.
Councillor Stoner. Okay, any other? Just going back to the Aspen Road parcel, in the staff report it says the policies, this is for the OCP, section 9.4, also support exploring a change of land use designation to help adhere to this section. Can you explain that, just for clarity?
Yes. So that's a fairly complicated area in terms of overlapping zones and OCP designations, and there is the possibility that at some point road alignment as part of a development process may shift, because there are some interests in how the roads will move through there, and they may not be reflected in its current parcel boundaries and land use designations. And so the idea is that if through a development application process it's determined that it's more appropriate to move some road alignments or change zonings to change zoning to reflect those changes and land use designations, that we have some support for aligning OCP zoning and parcel boundaries through that process.
Thanks, Mr. Gunn. All right, now are there any more questions? Councillor Pangill.
Sorry, yeah, going back to the university area, it does talk about bed and breakfast within a single unit dwelling as a permitted use, and I'm just wondering if you can clarify what that means in the context of the short-term rental bylaws we have forthcoming, or what the vision was there.
Jonas, I guess you might correct me on that one, but I believe is bed and breakfast going to be replaced in the process of the STR amendments?
I saw Mr. Daly's hand.
I am not super familiar with the STR amendments, but bed and breakfast was an existing permitted use in the UH1 zone, and it allows essentially up to 2 rooms to be rented as a bed and breakfast, something you can obtain a business license for. So I did not want to remove that use from the zone when it was being crafted, but perhaps Jonas could speak to the STR amendment question.
Anything to add?
Not really, other than that, yes, we are looking to remove the bed and breakfast as a use and replace it with a short-term rental.
Okay. It's coming up to noon. Are there any, Mr. Gunn? Did I see your hand? No, you're all right? Okay. Council, any further questions? Mr. Daly, do you have slides with each of these motions that we have to pass on them?
Yes. I think I need the presenter ball back to bring that up.
So if it takes a long time to load, I'd rather just go through the written agenda. Is that all right?
Sure, if you'd like to. I can try. I think there's a faster way to do it, so I'll try that, but it might take a minute.
Okay, so council, we're going to do these systematically. Now, I'm just going to check with our corporate officer. Can I move everything in a section, or do I have to remove each one separately?
Each OCP so I've got punctuation there.
So anywhere there's a line break, that's where I have to stop.
Yeah, they're separated out like underlined, but
Chair.
Yes, Councillor Stoner.
Just a point of clarification as well. There were some elements where we identified either language changes to the proposed policy changes. Do we need to explicitly call those out, or have those been captured by staff?
Nope. You would have to pass the motion with any changes you would like to see in the motion.
Thank you.
So if the original motion gets moved, then councillors have an opportunity to amend the motion. Okay. So the community is seeing recommendations on the slide. Council, it might be easier for you to follow your written agenda. But the first motion would be for amendment bylaw RS1 parcels number 2731-2020 be given first and second reading. And that a public hearing be scheduled for Tuesday, July 28th, 2020 at 6 p.m. which would be streamed from the District of Squamish Council Chambers. Is there anyone that would like to move first two readings? Councillor French is moving that. That is seconded by Councillor Herford. Any comments on this one, remembering that we have a public hearing coming up? Councillor Stoner.
I would like to suggest an amendment. I'm just trying to figure out what portion of this motion I actually need to amend.
You are either amending the OCP.
I'm amending the OCP motion.
That's the one we're on. We're not on the zoning one. That's next.
Yeah. Okay. I would like to make an amendment that would include removal. I'd like to make an amendment that section 2AK sub 4 of the proposed amendments is reflected to simply read, employment space provided should reflect the needs of the neighborhood and community.
So taking out that last part of the sentence.
Correct.
I'm just going to, staff cannot enter the debate, but I just want to make sure that there is no, that's clear to staff, that change. Okay. So is there a seconder on the amendment? That is seconded by Councillor Pettengill. So any comments on the amendment? So we'll vote on the amendment first. All those in favor to taking out those words in section K4? All those in favor? Any opposed? The amendment carries. So now on the main motion, which would pass this first OCP first and second reading with that amended language. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Next up is District of Squamish zoning bylaw. This is the amendment bylaw for multiple unit residential RM5 number 2742-2020. So this is the accompanying update to the zoning bylaw for these parcels. And that a public hearing be set again for Tuesday the 28th. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by? I don't know if people want lunch today. I kind of do. So seconded by Councillor Pettengill. Thank you. Any comments on this one? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We're now on to amendment bylaw Newport Ridge parcel number 2718-2020, that it be given first and second reading, and that again a public hearing be set for July 28th. that will be streamed live. I'll move that. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. And finally, amendment bylaw North Crumpet parcel number 2722-2020, that we give this first and second reading, and that a public hearing be set for Tuesday the 28th. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor French. Thank you. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're on to section B. And these are the parcels located outside the growth management boundary. So that District of Squamish zoning bylaw 2200-2011 amendment bylaw unsurveyed Crown Park number 2739-2020 be given first and second reading, and a public hearing be set for the 28th. That is moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor French. Any comments? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the amendment bylaw for unsurveyed Crown Resource number 2738-2020, giving first and second reading and a public hearing on the 28th. That is moved by Councillor Herford, and that is seconded by Councillor Anderson. Thank you. Any comments on that one? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Last one in this section is amendment bylaw Valley Cliff Resource number 2737-2020, be given first and second reading and a public hearing set for July 28th. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by, I'll second that. Are there any comments on this one? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up are the amendments related to the Aspen Road parcel. First up is the official community plan amendment bylaw Aspen East number 2740-2020. So this is to give it first and second reading, and again set the public hearing for July 28th. As moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Stoner. Any comments on this one? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the zoning bylaw amendment that goes along with the Aspen Road parcel for, this is amendment bylaw number 2734-2020, the neighborhood node commercial C13. That is moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Herford. Thank you. Any comments? I find this zone is intriguing, and I look forward to any comments at public hearing. But I think this idea of moving forward our neighborhood node ideas from the OCP is important. So I'm looking forward to any public comments that do come in on this one. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the amendment bylaw Aspen Road parcel number 2723-2020. And this is the zoning bylaw amendment to give it first and second reading and a public hearing on the 28th. Moved by Councillor Pettengill, seconded by Councillor Stoner. Any comments on this? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. We're on section D now. So this is the land use designation changes for high flood hazard parcels. So first up, we'll deal with the OCP amendment. This is amendment bylaw for 1000, 1050 and 1050 Laramie Road and 1050 Depot Road, number 2746-2020, for first two readings and establishing the public hearing for July 28th. That is moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor French. Any comments on this one? My only comment again is to be really clear when we get to public hearing about agricultural uses and riparian area setbacks, and if there's anything we can do to protect that. There's important habitat in this area, and I'm just a little bit incredulous that there's a full exemption for all types of agriculture. So anyway, if that clarity can come back to us at public hearing, I would appreciate that. Any other comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. And so now we're dealing with amendment bylaw agricultural 3 number 2721 2020. This is the update to the zoning bylaw. First and second reading and a public hearing on the 28th. It's moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Any comments on this one? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the amendment bylaw 1050 Depot Road, number 2724 2020. So this is a zoning bylaw dealing specifically with 1050 Depot Road. Move first and second reading and a public hearing by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. Any comments on this? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the amendment bylaw to the zoning bylaw for 1000 Laramie Road. This is bylaw number 2725 2020. First and second reading and a public hearing. Moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Pettengill. Any comments on this one? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the zoning bylaw amendment bylaw for 1050 Laramie Road, number 2726 2020. This would be first and second reading and the public hearing on the 28th. Moved by Councillor Stoner. I'll second that. Any comments on this one? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And finally, to deal with the land use contract terminations for 1000 and 1050 Laramie Road. This is the bylaw number 2743 2020. That the land use contract termination bylaw be given first and second reading, and again, public hearing on the 28th. Moved by Councillor Pettengill, seconded by Councillor Herford. Any comments? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Section E, this is District of Zoning Bylaw, Amendment Bylaw for the Highway 99 Ecotourism, number 2727 2020. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. Any comments on this one? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Section F, prohibit commercial bottling and export of water within the District of Squamish. This is Amendment Bylaw number 2719 2020. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor French. Any comments on this one? Looking forward to this one, moving forward to public hearing. I think it's important to protect our water assets. I'll be interested to see if anyone comments on this at the public hearing. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Section G. So these are the large C4 properties downtown. So first off is the official community plan bylaw update for the C4 parcels, number 2733 2020. It's first and second reading and public hearing on the 28th. Moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Anderson. Any comments on this one? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up, this is the zoning bylaw amendment that accompanies that OCP update. So this is for 1347 Pemberton Avenue. This is bylaw number 2729 2020. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor French. Thank you. Any comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And then again, amendment bylaw for 1200 Hunter Place, Squamish Station. This is bylaw number 2730 2020. Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to section H. These are all the bylaws related to the university housing units. First off is the official community plan bylaw update number 2732/2020. That is moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. Thank you. Any comments on this? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the zoning bylaw amendments that go along with that. So this is amendment bylaw number 2720/2020. As moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor French. Councillor Pettengill, you wish to comment?
Yeah, just if there's any way before the next reading to get some clarity, depending on where we are in the short-term rental process, just to have it as consistent as possible. And I know the timing may not work out, but that'd be my only comment here.
Can't remember when STRs are on the agenda, but thank you for the comment. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Section I. This is a OCP bylaw update. This is around large format retail. So this is amendment bylaw number 2747/2020. I'll move that. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Stoner. Any comments on this one? Call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. And the zoning bylaw, amendment bylaw, Adventure Highway Commercial Zone, C11, 39300 Discovery Way. So this is amendment bylaw number 2728/2020. Amending the zoning bylaw. Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor French. I almost said David Ralston. You moved, David. Careful. I saw your hand. Any comments on this one? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Section J. This is to update the community amenity contribution policy update. Is there someone that wants to move this? That is moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Stoner. Any comments on this one? Councillor Pettengill.
This one I'm not comfortable in supporting. I understand the intent, but my feeling is that staff has done a good job of trying to address the densities in the other OCP and zoning bylaws put forward. And for me, this adds confusion in terms of what the starting point is. So I see this as sort of taking away clarity rather than adding it, and not necessarily providing any advantage to anybody. So I would prefer to do without this myself.
Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. I also won't be supporting this motion. I think at this point it also adds confusion to me. I recognize that it was drafted in an effort to try and provide some sort of reassurance, but I do think that the work that's been done in the other sections of the OCP proposal, or amendments to OCP and zoning bylaw, aim to address some of these issues. I would be happy to bring it back for consideration by council after the public hearing of those amendments if we hear from folks that this is really a requirement. But at this point, I'm not seeing a strong rationale to move this forward, so I'll be voting against it.
Thank you, Councillor Stoner. Councillor Anderson? We can't hear you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Anderson, there you go. Oh, you're back on mute. There we go.
Yes, I just wanted to briefly state that we've been using the word confusion, but I think we can substitute the word uncertainties. As Planning Department has spelled out, there are a lot of uncertainties in our transition to a proposed transition to this new zone. And I think it's just simply an appropriate gesture to recognize and respect these uncertainties in order to foster good partnerships ongoing with development community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor Herford?
Thank you. This piece I do has felt redundant from the onset, and as Councillor Stoner mentioned, if after the public hearing that something along the lines of reassurance for the affected properties is still deemed needed, then maybe we can revisit a way to do that. But I feel that this is just overlapping and doesn't provide the clarity. So I'm not supportive of this direction at this time, even though, and I do think that the work done through the other amendments to me encapsulates this. So I won't be supporting at this time.
Thank you. Any other comments? I won't be supporting this one at this time. As my colleagues have said, maybe I'll hear something different at the public hearing, but you know, CACs are a negotiated process, and they're done out of acknowledgement of the impact that added density has on the community. The way that I understand it is we've tried to match the current densities with these zoning updates. And so I don't feel the responsibility at this time to make this gesture. I think that people speculate when they buy land and there's no guarantees. Our OCP changes back in 2018 signaled that we were going in a new direction in many aspects of our land development. And I think that through a negotiated process, we would work out with the developers where the fair place is to land. So I'm not seeing its necessity at this time, but happy to keep an open mind if I hear something different at the public hearing on July 28th. So I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Mayor Elliott, Councillor French, Councillor Pettengill, Councillor Stoner, Councillor Herford opposed. Motion fails. So we'll put this one on the back burner for now. Okay, thank you. Thank you to our staff who presented this in a really clear way, both for council and for the public. I appreciate that very much. It was great to have you all here to answer our questions. And we'll look forward to comments from the public at the public hearing, which will be our first virtual public hearing, but we're looking forward to it. So thanks, everyone. I will now recess and bring us back at 1:15. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back in the special business meeting of Tuesday, July 7th. We are now on item 9B1. District of Squamish Special Events Bylaw number 2748/2020. I'll hand it over to our staff to present.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to share my screen. I just want to confirm that you are able to see the full screen without notes. Is that showing up as a full screen?
No. We're just waiting for your presentation mode to kick in.
Okay. Sorry, how do I do that?
In your PowerPoint, it was just in slide mode, not presentation mode.
I think it's just showing the wrong screen. Hang on, I'll just try and do that again.
What happened to Ms. Glende? Her screen is really weird. Oh, you are there. Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get it to show the right thing. Is that good?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the delay. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council, and for those at home watching, my name is Sarah Dicker, and I'm the Acting Manager of Arts and Culture for the District of Squamish. And I'm here today to present the Special Events Bylaw number 2748, 2020 for first 3 readings. So the background on this project is that need for change came to light during the community engagement and stakeholder engagement for the arts, culture, and heritage strategy. The community is looking for a process to self-organize and create low-barrier events. Council has also expressed desire to see small grassroots events in neighborhoods. The existing special events bylaw was also due for a review, and during this time, during staff research, a transition to a bylaw was determined as the best way forward. So why should we shift to a bylaw? The complexity and the size of events that Squamish is experiencing require a more formalized framework. The bylaw provides enforcement function, a transparent process with outlined appeal process, and the ability to charge back for district staff time for commercial events. It also provides consistency with surrounding jurisdictions. With an increased number of more complex events and major planned events, the need for a more formalized process is required. The bylaw formalizes and creates this more transparent process for the benefit of both staff and event organizers. The bylaw creates event categories. It's broken down into 3 categories: major planned events, community events, and neighborhood events. All events will be required to submit an event application. This is for the Manager of Arts and Culture to determine which category the event best fits into. A special event permit will only be required for major planned events and community events. No event permit will be required for a neighborhood event. The timeline for an application submission is different depending on the event category. This is based on the scale of the event. For major planned events, an application is required 1 year in advance of the event for the first time it happens within the district. If the event has been permitted before, 6 months is required for the application. This is because larger scale events require greater oversight and possibly multi-agency coordination. Community events require 90 days application prior to the event, and neighborhood events require 30 days before. The reason for the 30-day period for neighborhood events, although they don't require a special event permit, it is not determined which category the event will fall into until the application is received. An event organizer may perceive their event to be a neighborhood event, but it may require other jurisdictions to, for example, Vancouver Coastal Health, to provide a permit for food service, or it could require a work permit from the District of Squamish for any street or road closures. So the 30-day window provides a safety net for staff to determine which category and whether other levels of consultation are required. Staff received feedback from Council at the May 26th Committee of the Whole. We've broken the feedback down into 3 categories: commercial versus charitable events clarification, neighborhood event guidelines to assist small-scale events, and requested wording changes to clarify 8C2. Staff reviewed the wording for the commercial versus charitable events. The wording was determined to remain the same in the bylaw, as the authority to determine the class of event falls with the manager of arts and culture. In the instance of a fundraising event, the event would fall into a community events category versus a commercial events category. Neighborhood event guidelines will be created by the manager of arts and culture to assist the community with self-organizing for events while adhering to relevant district regulations such as solid waste bylaw, wildlife attraction bylaw, and good neighbor guidelines. We hope to have this neighborhood events guideline available for the public by January 2021. Until then, there are existing applicable resources online to assist event organizers, as well as staff on hand. And for the last category, I decided to break it down onto a slide as it is a little bit more complicated. So 8B requires certain types of events to obtain permits. They are major planned events, commercial events, and community events with over 250 attendees. 8C sets out the events that do not require permits. So 8CI refers to an event with an anticipated attendance of less than 250 people, which is organized by a business or society and that is not commercial in nature. It also has to be held on municipal property. That is different to a commercial event as it is not for profit. So that is the distinction between those two categories. Just before I do the recommendation, we also removed the word local from 8C2 just to make it more applicable to external event organizers as well. And with that, I'm going to ask that council, that the District of Squamish Special Events Bylaw number 2748/2020 be given first three readings today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Digger. Council questions? Councilor Pettingill.
Thank you. I think you may have answered my first question. It was understanding how the 250 people gets determined beforehand. It sounds like your thinking is that's the reason for the minimum 30-day window for all the permits is so that staff can sort of provide that assessment ahead as opposed to kind of trying to deal with it after the fact?
Yes, if I'm understanding you correctly, it is anticipated attendees of less than 250 people.
And as determined by staff rather than the event host?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you. And then I was just, I've been sort of wondering in all of this how protests or marches and things that aren't static and maybe more spontaneous come into this, and looking at Alberta. Just look quickly, there is some sense of freedom of peaceful assembly in Canada and that sort of thing. So is that handled outside of this, or do we envision, that is somehow permitted?
Traditionally, we've handled this outside of the process for a special event. We don't determine protests or marches to be a special event. And so usually we hear from the organizer of the march or the protest, and then we coordinate district staff along with necessary other agencies such as the RCMP or fire to ensure public safety at the event. Non-event.
Okay, so we still aren't envisioning that those are events, those are something still separate.
We would deal with them externally to the process.
Okay, and then just one last question, if I might. I'm still trying to sort out this for-profit, not-for-profit thing, and so I'm wondering about. It's still a little bit unclear if a not-for-profit, they have an event that's free to attend. They're not making any money. Maybe they're doing fundraising, or maybe not. But there are for-profit, vendors with booths or something there. Understanding where that falls, and then a little bit related to that, I think, is, if you are a for-profit business, you've got a booth at an event, is the test, you know, if you're just sort of talking about your business, is that something that would require a business license? Like, say you're normally based in Vancouver, so you don't have a Squamish business license, and you're just sort of talking about what you do. Is that distinct, and does the requirement for a business license only come in when you're making sales, or is it just simply being present as someone who does a business, you know, sort of the promotional aspect qualify you as needing a business license?
I think we would review that on a case-by-case basis, but I think the better person to establish that would be the business licensing department. However, within the events bylaw, if there are businesses attending an event or present at an event, we do require a business license. I've never come across that instance where a business wouldn't be selling something at the event, but Devin might want to speak further to that.
Nope, she's good. Do you have another follow-up?
Yeah, just if I can clarify, like I have, I think, seen cases where, you know, it's a for-profit business, but they're handing out fridge magnets and creating awareness about their business and product, but they're not actively doing sales at the event. So that's where I'm wondering if that's crossed. And I don't necessarily have an opinion one way or the other at this point, but, you know, is that crossing a line in terms of that's a business activity, you need a business license?
Most likely, if they were paying the event organizer to be at the event, we would require them to obtain a business license.
Ms. Guess?
I think Councillor Pettingill's question is probably one of a bit more philosophical, and that Ms. Dicker's response would be the expectation of staff in these instances.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Herford.
I'll just go down, I'll take the bait and go down this slight rabbit hole we've created here with just one step. If the threshold is paying for this to be at the event, a lot of these events, that payment would be in the form of some in-kind prizing or some other things. And like, how are we creating a situation where we need to dig into this stuff, which just seems like a bit of a quagmire that I'm not particularly interested in that stuff?
I think that the bylaw allows for the determination and the requirements to be made, and that there needs to be a certain level of flexibility. Although it is a bylaw, the authority lies with the manager to make those determinations because of these situations that occur. Each event is a little bit different, and so we need to be able to adapt and change accordingly, make those determinations.
Thank you. And this profit, not-for-profit piece, which I think that I've got a much better understanding now, is something that sort of jumped at me, but I'm feeling more comfortable now. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm still curious about Section 7 of the bylaws, so the permit application timelines. And we're requiring neighborhood events to submit an application at least 30 days in advance. But the report to council staff provide examples of potential neighborhood events being neighborhood garage sales or block parties, and to me that seems like a long turnaround time to require of a community that might want to put on a block party next weekend. So can staff speak to why that is 30 days at this time?
Yeah, so I think in response to that, if there is any impact on district services, so for example, if that garage sale, neighborhood garage sale, wanted to close a road, that would create the need for a work permit to be issued by engineering as well as a traffic management plan. And so just having that 30-day window in order to get everything approved, should it be required, just allows that flexibility for staff to reflect. However, if it is super straightforward, it can be processed in a much quicker time. We just wanted to have that safety net in order to take into consideration whether or not it truly is a neighborhood event.
Ms. Guest, did I see your hand?
Yeah, just to reinforce what Ms. Dicker's saying, in a lot of these instances, how we serve our community and service particularly volunteer organizers of things and community events are well within the 30-day turnaround, and that the 30 days in the existing policy and what staff are proposing in the bylaw is really a lever for staff to ensure compliance.
Follow up, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. I appreciate this may require longer term, but I still think 30 days is a fairly long time if I just want to start a neighborhood event of some scale of 50 people. So I'm hearing from staff that we wouldn't necessarily, if somebody came forward with an application for an event in 2 weeks' time, we wouldn't necessarily turn them away. But as I read this bylaw, I wouldn't get that insight. I would think that if I wanted to start something in 2 weeks, I wouldn't be able to because I hadn't submitted my application 30 days in advance. So I'm just trying to figure out how we can nuance this a little bit. Right now, I don't think we're hitting the mark with it, and I will do some thinking as we carry on this conversation. Thanks.
Ms. Guest.
Thank you. It may, I don't know if this will provide any assurance or otherwise, but most of, specifically the events department, the arts and culture, most of these community events begin with a telephone call to the manager to really workshop the scope of the event. A lot of these, and so it begins off with a much more service-oriented conversation and assistance rather than people in our community reading the bylaw. So generally that's how we like to perform and assist them through this. What is often for volunteers and new to local government is kind of a new, complicated process, for better or worse.
Ms. Guest, can I just follow up on Councillor Stoner's line of questioning? Couldn't it read 30 days in the case of a neighborhood event where road closures are required, but less time at the discretion of the manager? Because if I was reading this as a citizen for the first time, I would be like, wow, they don't want spontaneous events to pop up. Like, I would see bureaucracy first, not that I might not make that phone call to know that you guys are really friendly and turn event permits around really quickly. So
I think that's a really great suggestion, and I appreciate you bringing that forward.
Okay, so that's one thing to consider. Councillor Stoner, are you finished? Yep, okay, Councillor French.
Thank you. And I'm looking at some wording in the report. Staff are working towards creating materials to establish a best practice guide for neighborhood events. And then there's mention of waste management, wildlife attractants, and good neighbor guidelines. Just thinking, those are probably just examples. Pedestrian, cycling traffic, parking management and strategies, first aid, those are all things that I think could be incorporated into those materials. Just want to make sure that what's in the report isn't necessarily the full stop of just waste management, wildlife, and good neighbor.
Yes, through the mayor, that would be correct, Councillor French. There's a example of what could be included.
Excellent, thanks.
Yep, Councillor Pettengill.
So just, digging a bit more into this idea of obstacles for a small event. Like right now, it's not uncommon to see a group of kids close off the street, play some street hockey and so on, and I don't think they're getting permits. And so I'm trying to relate that sort of thing to, 20 people, they're hanging out, they're milling around, and we just sort of have a little block party. When a car comes, they all kind of get out of the way for the most part, but there's sort of this little, is there a way we can encourage that, or is our expectation that people going forward will need to plan for that sort of thing and phone staff first?
Ms. Guess?
I think that, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Whichever one of you
Mayor.
wants to, yep, go ahead, Ms. Digger.
We would determine the need for a work permit, which is a street closure, based on the event and the scale of the event. It would probably not be our expectation or engineering's expectation that a work permit would be required for such an event that was, 20 attendees or around that scale.
Any other questions? If we change the wording to that section around the 30 days notice, would we also change it to, there's a part in here that says you need the permission to advertise your event. So again, I was wondering if that's a little bit too rigid for a neighborhood event. Is there a reason that everybody needs that permission?
Through the Mayor, thank you for your question. Just to clarify, only events that require permits would be subject to that advertising regulation. Events that do not require permits would be able to advertise as they may.
It's under the section prohibition, and it says that you must not publicize or advertise unless the person has first obtained a permit, which we know isn't required for a neighborhood event, or written consent from the manager. So I'm wondering where neighborhood events get captured in that or don't. Because they don't need a permit, but it sounds like they do need your written consent.
It was, through the Mayor, it was my intention that that section would only apply to events that require permits.
So a person must not publicize or advertise a special event that requires a permit unless the person has first obtained that permit or gotten your written consent? If we change that prohibition, item 6, would that make sense or be more clear?
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Herford, I think I saw your hand.
Yes, thank you. Just thinking through this, I'm thinking about some of our some organizations in our community hold events at or above the 250 threshold, maybe weekly throughout the summer, and I'm curious how something like that. So in my case, I've lots of experience with Sorka and social rides, and we're seeing over 2 for those, or we had them last year, and I would expect a return to that at some point in the future. So, is this something where if there's a sort of a standing, like how is that captured? Is that meant to affect? Are those events or things like that meant to be captured under like a midweek community gathering of 250, 300 people at various venues throughout the summer? Like how? So I'm just curious if we're wading into terrain that we haven't covered before with this, or if we're just purely formalizing the process. So it's kind of a couple things there.
Through Mayor, we're more formalizing the process. The community will not, from a macro level, the community will not feel a big shift in moving towards the bylaw. To speak specifically to the SORCA relationship, in past years, staff have worked with SORCA to ensure that they're working on community best practices that represent public safety and asset protection. And so I would not see that relationship changing drastically for either party right now.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Petgill.
So, just sort of thinking through a couple of things. It's not clear if I was having a neighbor, if I'm the sort of person that sort of acts first and seeks permission later or deals with that when it happens. You know, if I'm putting on a neighborhood event where really there's no permits required and so on, and so I just kind of take the risk. I guess, what are the consequences? Are we expecting consequences for that, or is this sort of more meant to capture if I do that and then road closures and bathrooms would have been required, then we have a mechanism to deal with that, but it's not so much our intent to force a burdensome process up front on everybody.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Pettigill, through the Mayor. The intention of the establishment of the neighborhood event was to establish that into a category of its own where it was not subject to the same requirements as other special events. And so in terms of enforcement and the need for enforcement, we would only look to that should the outcome of the event be, you know, not undesirable.
Okay, thank you. And then just thinking an observation at Halloween around my street, I don't think anyone organizes it, but there's tons of kids and parents, and some of the parents seem to be having alcohol, and they're just walking around the streets kind of informal clothes, and people are milling around house to house. And so there's no organizer, there's no advertised event or anything. It just seems to happen every year. And so is that one of those things that, you know, that's just the way it is, and we're not really expecting to cover that here, or would we expect someone to step up and take ownership? Otherwise, you know, someone's going to come in and shut that down next year, or what are we thinking?
Councillor Pettigill, you keep pursuing this line of questioning, but I don't think we're setting out to, like, control Halloween. That's Halloween. It's how it happens. Correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but I don't think we're trying to put bureaucracy around that kind of thing.
Thank you, Mayor. It is not staff's intent to take away from Halloween, Easter, or any other winter holiday event at this time.
Is there something more specific that's not giving you peace of mind in this regard related to this bylaw? Is there specific wording or something that's not clear?
I guess as I read it, it sort of implies to me that that would hit the threshold of a neighborhood event, or maybe even a 250-person event, with the exception that there's no formal organizer. And so I guess it's just not clear to me the way the bylaw is written, if that is something that we are intending to somehow manage, or we just have no, it sounds like we don't have an intention to really manage that sort of thing. Which is why I guess it's just not clear to me where that falls in this bylaw, or doesn't fall.
I will reiterate that at this time, the Arts and Culture Department, as a staff of one, does not feel the need to overly bureaucratically manage this process, and that again, the community won't feel that they won't, from a service perspective, feel a shift from going from a policy to a bylaw.
Other questions? All right. Can I just check with you, Ms. Dicker, in section 25B, it talks about permits issued under this bylaw may include such terms, requirements, and conditions that the general manager considers warranted. Is that the level of discretion that you wanted in the bylaw, or can you impose, as the manager, conditions?
Because the general, sorry, through the mayor, because the general manager is the authority issuing the permit, the general manager would have the power to impose conditions on the permit that the permittee would have to adhere to. And so I think I would recommend that stay at the level of the general manager.
Okay, I was just checking. Thank you. All right, any other questions? Okay, so we're looking to give first 3 readings to this bylaw today. I'd like to move those first 3 readings with change in wording to section 6 around prohibition. Now I've got to go find it again. It reads, a person must not publicize or advertise a special event that requires a permit unless the person has obtained, and then it's got A and B. Just to clarify that language to exclude the neighborhood level event. Did you catch that? And then in item 7D, it would read 30 days in the case of a neighborhood event where district road closures are required, or less than 30 days at the discretion of the manager. So I would move the bylaw with those 2 amendments if there's a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Herford. Any other comments? Councillor Pettengill?
I will support this. I'm not quite sure we've got the approach right on the neighborhood event level. It does still feel, and I appreciate staff's comments and the bandwidth and so on, but I'm not sure it's quite permissive enough, at least in the language, or gives that impression of the support that I think everyone really wants to give to community events and so on in general. But I recognize that we can learn from this and go back and adjust it as we learn. So I hope that this is one where I would like to really pay close attention. Are we seeing events increase or fall off after this, and do we need to make adjustment? I'm very willing to do that. The other piece that's in the back of my mind is thinking about COVID, and at the one hand, people want events and want to get together. On the other hand, people are sort of nervous about events too, and so I do feel that impulse to manage things a little bit as well. So I'm trying to balance those, which is why I'll support this for now, but with an eye to sort of watching how it evolves.
Thank you, Councillor Pettengill. Any other comments? I was nervous about moving from a policy to a bylaw. I do get worried about bureaucracy. I think that we are striking the right balance here, but again, we'll have to just wait and see. I was of one mind to add a pandemic clause just so that we could put conditions related to public health orders on permits, but I decided against it because those are higher level directives from the province that we actually don't have any jurisdiction over. But I think actually the piece that will really help support the vibrancy of neighborhood events is that guide that you have planned for early next year. To put it all in one place and really help citizens see that we are open and welcoming of those neighborhood events, and providing them a really easy guide on the best way to make them happen. So I appreciate that effort will be going in that direction over the coming months. It's not easy to write bylaws, and so I appreciate the effort that's gone into this one. Thank you, Ms. Digger. Any other comments? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, moving on. We have District of Squamish Notice Enforcement Bylaw. This is an amendment bylaw that covers traffic bylaw fines, short-term rentals, business license fines, special event fines, and housekeeping. So this is amendment bylaw number 2714, 2019. Ms. Goldbeck, do you have a presentation?
I do not. I can speak to it though and just highlight a couple of things, and I know Jonas is available as well to speak to the short-term rental items.
Maybe for the benefit of the public, if you could just highlight the key things that we're covering in this bylaw.
Certainly, yeah. It's an administrative update to the fine schedule with regard to the traffic bylaw, the short-term rental business license fines, and the special event fines. There has not been any changes in fine levels for any of the bylaws, but just aligning the schedule to match the bylaws so that the numbers and the letters all line up. There has been a tiny bit of wording clarification in the schedule, just for clarity and ease of enforcement, but nothing substantive. Councillor Stoner had asked a question in advance about the different levels of fines for obstruction or interference with different kinds of officers, and I just wanted to address that briefly, that interfering with an official is different than interfering with a police officer or a bylaw enforcement officer, in that it's more serious to be intervening or interfering with a bylaw enforcement or RCMP member, because the nature of the risk is higher. So some of those fine amounts are higher as they correspond to a greater level of public safety risk. An official could include something like a building inspector or fire personnel or something like that doing an administrative task, and so it's not as heavy of a fine. The other thing, just briefly, that I wanted to point out is Schedule F has been changed. There was a minor error there on number 4.2. It should be consistent across the municipal ticket information and the notice enforcement bylaw, and that fine is set for 4.2 at 100, 90, and 110 respectively. So that's been fixed now, and it's on the online agenda as it should be now.
Thank you. Any questions, Council? Yes, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Goldbeck, appreciate some efforts been made to try and bring some of those pieces in alignment, and I understand the rationale that the interference with an official is different than a bylaw officer, an RCMP officer, but for Schedule F, you said it was changed to 100, 90, and 110. But I believe that is obstruction of bylaw officer or police officer, and other sections of that, or other schedules, that is set in the $450 to $500 range.
Yeah, let me just, give me 1 second here, because there was some difference between obstruction and interference. Interference is the higher amount, and obstruction is a lower amount throughout, and it should be consistent with that language throughout. So when it says obstruct, then that is a different kind of an activity than interfere. That corresponds with a higher level of risk, is the rationale.
Any follow-up?
Yeah, I'll look into that a little bit more. But my other question that I had was around the fine schedule that we're setting for short-term rentals. And I do believe that at the last whole, we had some discussion about reviewing what those fines were. And I'm just curious why we're keeping them set at $500 when, from what I understand, some neighboring communities have them set significantly higher.
Jonas, did you want to speak to that? I know there's been some email correspondence. Are you available?
Sure. Can council hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So they came back the same. We looked at the communities that we're modeling our approach, which are comparable in size, such as, I believe, Tofino, Nelson. Similar rates apply in Pemberton as well. And I think the strategy we're suggesting is that we apply these fees for the first year in terms of the fees and the penalties, and then we revisit the effectiveness of those fees in a year from now when we have some experience to see what's effective and if it needs to come up or come down. So from our analysis, Whistler and City of Vancouver use a higher penalty rate than us, so that would be at $1,000 per penalty versus $500.
Continue, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. So I believe Whistler's is set at $10,000. To put it into context, last time I spoke with somebody from one of the councillors up there. And then I would also just suggest, I'm curious about why we haven't differentiated them at all. So across the board, we have the same fine for listing a short-term rental without a license, as well as failing to designate an individual with access or authority if absent from the principal residence. So I'm just curious why we haven't differentiated those fines at all. To me, I think listing your property without the appropriate business license, we would want to weigh a little bit more heavily than some of the other ones that are in there.
Yeah, I think, again, so it will come down to how effective these rates are. We listed them all at 500 because that is that's our experience with other similar sized communities and for simplicity. But again, our suggestion is to see how effective these are and how much we use the mechanism of ticketing in our implementation of the first year, and then revisit the scheme in the following years.
Or council can strike those items from this bylaw, pass the bylaw without them, and revisit this once the STR process has run its course. That would be another option, would it not, Mr. Valeniscus?
Absolutely.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Pettengill?
Well, a comment, if I may, in your last point. You know, for me, I have issues with the STR items at this point in time. I think for me, it's still putting a cart before the horse, given I know council has had a lot of discussion on this, but it is still somewhat contentious in the public, I think, and so I feel more comfortable reviewing the STR-related fines after we make a final decision on the STR piece, and so I think I could probably support this if, without the STR piece for now, and I'd rather revisit that after the main STR bylaw, but so that's where I would feel more comfortable. That's just my
Are there any other questions about the Municipal Ticket Information Bylaw 2715 or the Notice Enforcement Bylaw 2714? Councillor Herford.
Thank you. I was curious if we defer the discussion or adopting the STR parts at this point. I'm curious what that does to the versus approving them and then amending as needed after our discussion. I'm just curious about the timeline. I want to make sure that we're going to move at the pace that we've told the community we're going to move, and I don't want to add undue delay to maybe arrive at the same conclusion. So then what, speak to the time frame? Does that delay, or is it just add only one more meeting discussing this?
Go ahead, Mr. Valenskis.
I think it would only add one more meeting, and we still have time with the STR bylaws. I believe they are not coming back till September.
Okay, so, and we could discuss that at the same as sort of the next topic after we've done adopted. Okay. Thank you.
So at the end of the day, we pass first 3 readings without the short-term rentals in them, and then, or we pass it with them. Either way, in the fall, we're either leaving it as is, doing first 3 readings, and then a subsequent day of adoption of a revised amount, or we add them back in. So it's 6 in one, half a dozen the other. It's just whether council wants them in there today prior to the bylaw readings on STR or not. So that would be a decision of a motion. I don't necessarily want to get into that discussion now. Are there any other questions related to these 2 bylaws? Okay. Seeing none, then Councillor Stoner.
So I will move that the District of Squamish Notice Enforcement Bylaw be given first 3 readings without the short-term rental business license fines.
Is there a seconder to that motion? Seconded by Councillor Pettengill. Do you wish to comment, Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, I do. Thank you through the chair. Appreciate staff's due diligence in crossing our T's and dotting our I's on this one. It's important to have these all in line, so thank you for going through it with a fine-tooth comb. I'm putting forward the motion to remove the short-term rentals fines at this time because I think it is putting the cart before the horse to do this before we've had a chance to really hear from the public on the direction that we're going with the short-term rental bylaws. So I will be happy to entertain these once we have moved forward with public hearing on the STR regulations.
Councillor Pettengill, any other comments?
No, I think I said what I need to say. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. We now need a motion for Amendment Bylaw 2715-2019, and by necessity, it has to also be read or amended. Has to be read with the amendment that Councillor Stoner passed. So is there someone that wants to move this without the STR rental business license fine? Is it in it? Councillor Pettengill, are you moving that? And seconded by Councillor Stoner. So that is, for the minute taker, moving 2715 without the short-term rental fines included. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next up is development permit 546. This is Garibaldi Springs Phase 1. And Ms. Stratus is on the line with us today.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm just getting familiar with the new system, and I'm going to upload the file, which you're not able to do ahead of time. So give me a second here. Large file, taking a minute to load.
For those of you not here in City Hall, we're smiling because it is freezing cold in here, but the HVAC system shows that it's on heat. So our heat is cold today. Anyway, there we go. Now we can see that, Ms. Stratus.
Thank you. I'm grateful for the success here. I wasn't sure how that worked. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Susan Stratus. I'm a planner working with the district on the development permit application for Garibaldi Springs, DP 546. And now I will have to just see if we can change slides. Here we go. The application today is Lot A, the northernmost parcel on the Garibaldi Springs site, 2.87 hectares, a previously disturbed area that's located between Dowwood Drive and Rockwood Place. To the north and south are developed single-family neighborhoods, RS1 zones, and to the east are resource lands, undeveloped. The access to this development is from Dowwood Drive. Very briefly, the background to this project goes back to the OCP and rezoning amendments for Garibaldi Springs, the previous golf course site, that were adopted in October 2018. Those bylaws permit a total of 310 units for the overall site, and the housing units will be distributed amongst the parcels shown in blue that cover approximately 22% of the site. Access comes eventually from two locations, both from Dowwood Drive and from Newport Ridge Drive at the south end where the red arrows are. The majority of the land, 78%, is to be dedicated to district ownership for ecological reserve, which is the area shown in green, and park use. The active park areas are shown in orange. There are subdivision and environmental DP applications underway concurrently with this DP application. The policy affecting this development, the OCP designates the site as residential neighborhood. The zoning is RM4, mixed unit, multiple unit residential, which is a custom zone that was developed for Garibaldi Springs. The DPA3 universal guidelines apply to this site, and there is also a land development agreement in place that has a number of provisions that apply. This is an air photo, again, showing the zoning and the current conditions on the site. It is previously developed as a golf course in the lower portion and very much a disturbed site. There is not much on there at present. And one of the challenging parts of this development is the topography on the site. There are some very steep grades within the parcel, but essentially there is a ridge running through the center of the site that creates two benches, and the housing is concentrated on those bench lands with some very steep grades in between. And the road area coming down from Dowwood Drive is also extremely steep, which is another challenge that has been worked on through the development application process. And looking at the site grades, you can see the one house that shows up on the top of Dowwood Drive there. So the properties really do fall down toward the south end of the site. There's quite a great differential, and most of the housing that is being proposed for the Garibaldi Springs site should not affect anyone's view from the upper properties. That was something that was worked through at the rezoning stage. Again, just another look at some of the site grades. We did get questions during the application process from some of the neighbors about the cut and fill that will be placed on the site. And there actually isn't a really simple answer to that question, because as you do a section through the site, the grades change every 10 or 15 meters. But this section does show on the bottom drawing on the left-hand side. You can see the existing house in the upper diagram. And the red line represents the existing grades, and you can see that a fair bit of the site will be actually cut down below the current grade level to position the houses and to create flat areas for the roads and houses. There are some other sections that kind of reverse this, where there is some fill placed, but not to substantially change the transitions that were expected between the existing houses and the new ones. There are some special provisions in the RM zone, RM4 zone, and the land development agreement that apply to this parcel A, which was looked at a bit more closely than the other parcels. During the rezoning process, the plans were really very much conceptual and are now being refined during this TP application. But some of the provisions that apply are that there's a 60-unit maximum in this parcel. The cottage area is to be single-story cottages only with a 6-meter height and 140 square meter maximum size. The townhouse units, which are in the center part of the site, are 10.68 meters, which is the standard height for townhouses in Squamish. And then the lower southern portion of the site, the 2-unit dwellings have a maximum height of 9 meters, intended to respect the privacy of the units down below. On that northern edge, there's height-restricted landscaping along the north building setback, where in the building setback area, the vegetation is not intended to be higher than 1.5 meters mature height. And on the south parcel boundary, there's a no-go zone, 5 meters between the south property line and top of bank, that will have barrier planting and fencing established again to preserve the integrity of the bank and to create privacy for the downhill residents. An arborist report was required for tree protection and replanting of the sloped areas, and that was provided. And one of the other provisions is to minimize the retaining walls that are developed on site, and that has been followed. Most of the retaining walls within the site consist of a series of stone walls that are typically just one large stone high, rather than large walls. The exception to this is the main entry road that runs down along the east property line, where it is extremely steep, and the retaining wall there is going to be a single large retaining wall, and that was an unavoidable condition there. So the proposed development, there are 3 housing types proposed here, 60 units, that is the limit. 4 of those 60 units have secondary suites, which I'll discuss in a minute. So there is a mix of cottages, townhouse units, and duplex units. There are a number of internal paths and open space areas, and the cottage area, unfortunately, I don't have an arrow, but on the very north property boundary, one of the features of the cottage area is that the buildings don't have garages. There is an external shared parking lot for the cottages. Bear with me here. This is not moving as smoothly as it should. Here we are. The design approach for the neighborhood, as mentioned, is that there is a diversity in the housing types, and the applicants have described this as pocket neighborhoods surrounded by nature with a mountain modern architectural style. The building design focuses on providing privacy and outdoor spaces for each unit, and there is connectivity through the pathway system that eventually links to the south to the larger ecological reserve. The goal was to create a sense of community within each pocket through these green spaces and play areas and gathering spaces that have been provided. So the trails and connectivity, there are, on the right-hand side of the slide, there is a separated pathway, 2.5 meters wide, and asphalt path that functions as a wider than usual sidewalk. It's separated for a portion of its length, but because one of the related requirements for Garibaldi Springs is to provide on-street parking, there are some portions of this pathway that are directly adjacent to on-street parking. Moving down from the top, there is a loop through the cottage area. So all of those cottages face onto a lane with the loop through it. And moving further down, there is a main east-west sidewalk on the main Strata Road that carries through to Dowett Drive on the band of Dowett Drive. And unfortunately, there are extremely steep grades there, and it's not possible to take that connection down to Dowett Drive without stairs. To do so would require a great deal of land that would take away from the park area. The main north-south connection mentioned on the right-hand side of the slide at the very bottom is going to be the actual alignment of that final piece of that connection is going to be subject to the environmental DPA that is underway concurrently. So there may be some minor changes in the actual alignment of that section of the trail. One thing I should mention, and this has been brought up by some of the other staff, there is an error on on the landscape plan that shows stairs on that trail, that main trail adjacent to the roadway, and the civil engineering plan does not have stairs. There are no stairs on that, and we will be getting that landscape plan corrected before the DP is registered. So moving back to the cottages, there are two types of cottages. The ones in orange are the affordable cottages, which consist of 3-bedroom cottages, each with a 2-bedroom suite. And these are being proposed as 8 affordable housing units. The applicants have a requirement in the land development agreement to provide 18 total on the whole site affordable housing units. So the first affordable units are in the form of these cottages, and I'll provide some additional details. And the regular cottage units in blue, and that should actually read 2-bedroom cottages. Those are 2-bedroom, larger bedrooms, whereas the affordable cottages have 3 bedrooms. So looking at the regular cottage homes, these are all single level with adaptable design, which is another land development agreement requirement. They are 110 square meters roughly, and each of these has a private rear outdoor space that faces the courtyard or green that's on the other side. They'll have covered front porches, and they use the mountain modern design aesthetic that is used through the rest of the development. The affordable cottages have kind of a 60-40 split in the space, so 3 bedrooms on the larger side, 2-bedroom suites on the smaller side. And the larger ones at 85 square meters are adaptable units, and the suites are 55 square meters. And you can see the covered porches both on the rear and the front of these units. The materials used through the development consist of fiber cement, shingle siding, and plank siding, and there's variation in the colors and textures of these materials. Standing seam metal roofs and heavy timber posts at the entrance to most of the units, and bold entrance doors. The townhomes, 22 townhomes, have a traditional 3-story townhouse layout with the garage on the lower floor, and they range from 134 to 140 square meters. The blocks are relatively small blocks of 3 to 4 units, and designed with the view as a priority with large windows and generous rear outdoor spaces. Just looking quickly at some of the materials, the garage faces have changed from unit to unit to give some variety to these. It's a fairly lengthy overall block of townhouses, even though they're broken into smaller blocks of units. Again, the heavy timber posts, rain chain for capturing some of the rainwater into the landscaping. The duplex units at the south end of the site, shown in red, there are 26 of these units, and these are the largest of the units on the site. 3 bedrooms, 240 to 248 square meters. These are 2 stories on the uphill side and 3 stories on the downhill side, which allows for basement areas, walkout basements. And they do have large private rear yards. And there are 3 color schemes and variation in the appearance of the garages. Just a close-up of some of the materials and images, and the stonework and timber posts at the entries to these units. For sustainability, the applicants are proposing to meet step code 3, and all appliances will be electric. There are no gas appliances or furnaces in the project. All of the units will be EV ready. Materials have been selected for durability, low POCs, and stormwater management I'll mention a bit more when we get to the landscape plan, where rainwater is intended to be handled on site. There are 2 main areas of residential open space. The community green at the far left-hand or west side of the development is meant to be accessed and used by all members of the community, not just members of the townhouse development. The residential green is a more private space that at this point we're not considering providing public right-of-way to. It is a more kind of enclosed private space. There are 5 distinct plant palettes provided, ranging from the streetscapes, which are more decorative plantings, into the common areas, the residential areas, and then as you move into, there are a number of swales and riparian areas and naturalized buffers, which rely more on native plant materials. The private open space, this is one cross-section that shows on the lower duplex units how the open space blends into a swale area at the south boundary, which is fenced to prevent people moving through. And the plant materials are also chosen to prevent people moving through and overlooking the buildings below. This slide shows some of the kind of dramatic grade changes that are present in the site, and just one of the challenging conditions that the applicants have had to work with as they've been designing the landscape. But each unit does have a private yard area, either at the front or at the back of the unit, and sometimes both. Moving to the residential green that's in the center of the cottage units. All of these units face the residential green, and there is an internal pathway system that links all of the units. There is an outdoor kitchen with a gazebo over a harvest table and barbecue and seating provided in this, and mostly surrounded by naturalized landscaping for this portion. And just another view of that interior green space that's meant to be kind of a community gathering area. The neighborhood open space at the west end of the site is divided into 2 zones. One is more of a passive area that has got a covered picnic table and communal barbecue, and the other is the active play area that provides a number of play features for a range of age groups. And the access, the main access to this neighborhood open space is going to be from that road, the sidewalk. And again, as I mentioned, there is access on the far west side from Dowa Drive, but that does involve a couple of sets of stairs because of the grade. For public engagement, the development signs were posted and notices were delivered advising of the online story maps information, and the developer provided a video of the project. This was just at the beginning of the COVID experience, and so we were, it was somewhat experimental to see how the story maps would work out, but I think it did work reasonably well. We received 8 comments. 2 of those were support for the proposals, and 2 comments and some extended emails with a couple of residents concerning the hammerhead turnaround that extends into the park, the far western park, and this was something that was not anticipated through the rezoning process to be quite so large, and it was a fire department request. Staff have looked at that hammerhead, and I guess one of the it's not drastically different than what was shown on the conceptual plans at rezoning, and I guess it also does provide a hard surface play area that can be useful for kids playing road hockey, and different types of games can be played there. One comment was made on the cost of maintaining the ecological reserve, which relates to the overall district park. One comment that the online format really was not an adequate replacement for a typical public meeting. Another comment on the need for fencing on the south property line, and we did respond to that person indicating that the fence was there. And the final one, the need to protect the trees and riparian area at the southeast part of the site. And again, we did respond that the arborist report recommends retaining all of the trees in that particular area, and any replanting and so on will be determined as part of the DP environmental DP application. The ADP provided a number of comments. They wanted to see more landscaping in the parking area, which has now got additional landscaping. They did want more natural building materials and had comments about the hardy plank materials. And we did get a new submission of materials boards that provided additional details. The hardy board materials are custom materials that are being developed for this project. Consider changing the townhouse materials palette and providing more variation in the units. And we did look at that again and felt that there is a range of materials and roof lines and building articulations in those townhouses. The comment, another comment was to provide more covered seating and covered seating, picnic areas with some custom-made arbor. What's the word? Lost my train of thought there. Covered picnic areas in both green spaces. The ADP commented that one rental unit should be made accessible, and the LDA requires a number of adaptable units, and the project does meet that goal. And I think a further staff comment I've heard from other developers as well is that if they provide a fully accessible unit, there's no guarantee that that unit in fact gets occupied by a person needing ramps, for instance. So the adaptable units are more flexible in that way. And last comment is that to reconsider the roof lines of the duplexes. And the roof lines were kept. Staff believes that there is quite a variety in the roof planes in those units, and I believe that's consistent with the DPH guidelines. So just to summarize the DP review, the project does meet the majority of DP guidelines, providing distinctive building form and character, use of local materials, and connectivity. And I just actually want to get back to that one in a minute. Private, public, and outdoor spaces, and has extensive landscaping. The project addresses council priority areas for housing diversity and affordability, and connectivity in public spaces with trails, sidewalk, and neighborhood park. And under environment, it does consist of redevelopment of previously disturbed sites with all electric servicing, durable materials, and stormwater infiltration. There are a number of steps that need to be taken once the DP is approved and registered, and these are listed in the DP document prior to building permit. They need to provide on-site landscaping security and a final itemized cost estimate. And I should mention that we do have an itemized cost estimate, and district staff are just reviewing a couple of items related to that and looking for some additional irrigation compared to the original cost estimate, and I think that is underway as we speak. We're looking for a stat right-of-way for public access to the strata, parks, trails, and roads, and a Section 219 covenant to secure the special conditions that have been met for Lot A, site servicing plan and servicing agreement, and any tree permit and soil management permits that may be required. And there's a list of items prior to occupancy permit, which is issuance of environmental DP under DPA 1. And the status of that application is it's in the hands of the federal and provincial agencies that are reviewing the proposal, and I do hope to hear back from them soon. And that would allow the subdivision approval to create the parcels and dedicate the land to the district to proceed. A final stormwater management plan is required, surveyed stat right-of-ways for the parks, trails, and roads, the final geotechnical report and Section 219 covenant for the site, final flood covenant and flood hazard report. And they need to, the applicants prior to occupancy permit need to complete the ecological reserve, and that's by the final occupancy permit for phase 1. And that means building the parks, trails, habitat improvements that are going to be done in the ecological reserve. Another requirement is to provide a constructed daycare in the lower floor of the clubhouse building, and completion of a housing agreement for the affordable housing units, and public art is another requirement of the land development agreement, and I haven't really started on that one yet. So the recommendation is that development permit number 546 be approved and executed by the district. And I would just add that, you know, one of the items we're requiring before the permit gets registered is there's an error on the landscape plans that shows a set of stairs on the main north-south sidewalk or trail, and that needs to be corrected and be consistent with the civil plans that do not show stairs. Just leave that with you, and that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Stratus. Council. Councilor Herford.
Thank you. Could you remind me of the grade of the road coming off Dawood Drive, that access road? It's mentioned as quite steep, and it's caused some, as you just mentioned, with the stairs being in and out of various drawings, and I just didn't see that grade listed anywhere.
I believe Dave Merrill has joined us on this, and I think he's here. And I'd ask Dave to answer that. Possibly not. I'm going to work from memory here. The maximum permitted grade is 12%, but I believe it's less than that. I think it's in the 8 to 10% range, except where the access roads lead into the new development and the grade flattens out to around 6% for those portions. It is steep.
No, that's fine. It's not as steep as I was worried about. Thank you.
Councilor French.
Thank you. And just taking note of the public art component. I don't recall seeing public art mentioned in previous information, so I'm curious to know anything more above and beyond what you've already told us, understanding that you pointed out that it's early in that process, but any additional information on public art, I'd love to hear, specifically if there's any public participation in that process.
Through the chair, I don't have any information other than in the land development agreement, the applicants committed to providing $100,000 toward public art, and no steps have been taken yet as to where that might be located. It may be part of the future park design, but it's not a requirement of this first phase. It just has to be completed before the final occupancy permit, and I believe we'll be bringing something forward with the park design. I don't really have any additional information at this point.
Okay, great. I'll stand by for that as when it comes available. Thanks.
Councillor Pettengill?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, on these the affordable cottages and affordable units in general in development, do we set expectations on the sorts of finishing, that it's, the same as other units in the development, or do we have any sort of expectation there?
Through the chair, no, we don't have any requirements that they be exactly the same. I think we understand that these are meant to be more affordable units and fit with the development, but there's no strict criteria for finishing materials as part of it. It really depends on your affordable housing policy.
Okay, something you might want to file away, I think, as a council and think about. And then just, we are sort of still working on our governance model for affordable housing, and I'm just wondering, timing-wise, I presume the strata will be responsible for administering these units, or does this need to coordinate with that other work we're doing, and are we sort of on time for all those things coming together?
Through the chair, I think I'll direct this question to Jonas, who I believe is online.
Yes, I'm here. So a really good question. We are, as you know, in the process of, we just finished our affordable housing policy and are in the process of determining the management for affordable housing units. So we've been coordinating these two kind of parallel processes. When the agreement was made with Polygon in the land development agreement, they agreed to providing privately owned affordable housing units. So the management system will be up to Polygon. The restriction that we have in the land development agreement that will show up in the housing agreement is around, who's eligible, what the rental rates are going to be, and the ownership of those units. So there's a provision in the land development agreement that prevents single unit ownership to make it easier for the district to monitor these units and ensure that there's compliance with owners not living in the units. So it will be at least 4 units owned by one owner in this section, I believe. But in terms of who's going to manage them, it will be up to Polygon whether they want to hire somebody or the future owners want to hire somebody to manage the units, or whether they want to use the services of our housing agency.
Thank you.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. One of the public input correspondence has referred to the fact that the cottage units, both types, will likely be or could be of potential interest to seniors. The advisory design minutes refers a couple of places to, I quote, consideration of accessible parking, but the minutes don't go into too much detail. You have referred, Ms. Stratus, to removal of some steps, or that steps were subject to consideration at one point. Can you confirm that the pathways between the cottage units, both categories, and the parking whether their grade or their surfacing are not going to present obstacles for seniors or for people with wheelchair or walkers. I just couldn't see it in the small-scale diagrams that I have in front of me.
Thank you. Through the chair, that's a great question. I don't know if my slides have totally disappeared, but I'll just answer this verbally. The stairs that I referred to were on the main north-south road on the sidewalk, and those were the stairs shown in error. For the access to the cottages, the developers confirmed during the ADP presentation that all the pathways are less than 5% grade, and they are all hard surfaced. So anyone needing to move from the parking area and possibly install a ramp, for instance, into one of those cottages, it all will be less than 5% grade.
Thank you.
Ms. Stratus, while we're talking about parking for that area, is any of the parking for the cottages covered, as in a carport kind of fashion?
No, at the beginning of the project, the applicants were considering putting a covered structure there. And I guess in the interest of both keeping the project affordable and secondly to reduce the visual impact from the uphill properties, they decided to go with open parking. So none of it is covered.
That's a challenge in our rainy climate. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. A few questions. I may have missed this in the diagrams, but where is the waste management facility for, in particular, those who don't have garages?
Through the mayor, there's two areas of two structures that meet the district requirements for enclosed waste facilities, one on each of the road systems. There are two kind of shared communal facilities in buildings.
And that includes both recycling receptacles as well as garbage and compost?
Yes, yes. The district has some published requirements for those, and they have met those requirements.
Okay, thanks. I just missed that on the diagrams. And then my other question was, appreciate that there was an arborist report. I also wasn't entirely clear, though, as to if any of the trees were going to be removed or if they are all being retained at this time.
Through the mayor, there are actually really very few trees on this site. The arborist report identified a cluster at the very south end of the site where the main road leads into the ecological reserve. That's where the cluster of trees that were surveyed in the arborist report, all of those are going to be retained. And there's one tree further to the west, toward the west end of the site that is smack in the middle of the building footprint. So that one will be removed and replaced under the district bylaw.
Wonderful. And then finally, appreciate the proponents' willingness to come forward with zero fossil fuel infrastructure. And step 3, I'm just curious about our own process. So step 4 becomes a requirement as of January 2021. I'm just curious if that comes hand in hand with the DP or if that comes with a building permit.
I can tackle this question, Susan.
Yep.
That's a good question. Through you, Mayor. So the step 4 requirement, when it kicks in, comes in with a building permit application. So it's based on the timing of when a building permit application is submitted, rather than a development permit. So if the applicants get this development permit and apply for a building permit this year, then they would be under step 3. If they apply for a building permit next year, then it would be step 4.
Thank you for that clarification. Those are all my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we go back to where the garbage and recycling facilities are?
I don't know how we can get the plans up on the game. I will attempt to describe them verbally.
I think we're going to give you back the presenters. If you want to share the slides again, you can, Ms. Stratus. If you don't feel like describing it.
It looks like I will have to load everything again. You know, they're quite hidden on those drawings because they're quite small. Give me a second here, and I will just have to look up exactly where they are. To be honest, I've kind of forgotten.
Okay.
I've got a drawing here that, okay, I found them. The first one in the Survey Northern Cottages is midway through the parking lot. So halfway through the parking lot, between the parking spaces, there's one located there.
Okay.
And the second one is located at the far end, the western end of the roadway. Before you get to the park, on the north side of that road, there's a garbage and recycling facility and a series of visitor parking spaces. So that is where it's located. The mail kiosk is located right on the main north-south road, just after you enter the driveway to the cottages.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, I don't see any. Oh, Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. This may be out of scope of the development permit per se, but I'm just curious with the feedback that we received of this being the first kind of online public information process. Do we have any sense of how many people did visit the site? And they may have not submitted comments, but they looked at the site and they looked at the information. We may not have those numbers, and if we don't, that's okay, but I think that would be an interesting piece when we do go back to reflect on how effective these are in terms of engagement sessions, some indication of how many people have visited that site, taken in some of that information, and if that's relative to what we would expect.
Mr. Villanuskis?
Yes, thank you. I will be bringing a report back, I believe, at the end of this month on the effectiveness. At this point, we don't yet have the numbers of how many people actually visited. I'll see if we can get that for council. So we just have to, how many comments we received. I think it was fairly effective from our point of view in that we were able to respond with well-informed responses back to the questions we got from the public. They weren't kind of on the spot, and usually at public information meetings, staff are more of an observer, and the kind of interaction is between the developer and the public. And with these online PIMs, it's changed a little bit in that we are, going back to the developer if it's a kind of project-related question that we can't answer, and otherwise staff are answering the questions. So it's been fairly effective so far.
One of the questions I had, Ms. Stratus, in the table of DP area guidelines is that we have one requirement for cool roofs and pavements made of highly reflective and emissive materials, and it says to be confirmed.
Yes, in response to that question, I'll be honest, we were dealing with a bunch of other issues on this application, and to get back to that, the developer has indicated verbally that they are willing to go to a lighter roof color.
Okay. Does that mean they're going to, though?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
They will.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Council, before you is the authorization of development permit number 546. Councillor Pangill, you're moving that. Seconded by Councillor Stoner. Any comments? Councillor Pangill?
Yeah, I'm happy to support this. Pleased with the development and what's been done with all of the constraints. I do think it's a different conversation that I think we should talk about in our affordable housing policy, any expectations around finishing and so on. But this development looks really good. I'm very pleased to see that this developer is paying attention to the climate crisis and their commitment on the heating and energy sources of these buildings. I know it's not an issue with this permit, but I've never considered golf courses to be green other than in color, and so I am excited to see some of the ecological values of the site restored. We're looking forward to that. I think, again, this is not here for this permit, but I did want to touch on, I think, going forward, I'm not sure this would quite hit the mark for me in terms of walkable services and so on. I know there's some things available on Tantalus, but as we plan forward, I think a little bit more, and I don't quite know what all the solutions are, but in terms of walkable services, a little bit more walkable employment centers is maybe important. But overall, very pleased with what I see here. So I will be supporting this.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Stoner?
I too will be supporting this. I appreciate that this is a development permit. There's no opportunity for variances, so limited council discretion. But also, I do think that the proponent has done a good job of achieving the guidelines as they're set out, and I'm very excited to see the diversity of housing that's coming forward. That was obviously a lot of work from previous council and staff and the proponent through the LDA, but I am excited to see these cottages come to fruition. I think they're an important part of the housing spectrum that's currently missing. So looking forward to seeing those being built. Again, appreciate the developers' attention to, as Councillor Bengill said, the climate crisis and coming forward with fossil fuel-free infrastructure. And curious about this timeline for step 4 and when that building permit will come in, as I look forward to seeing further residential development moving to step 4 in the step code after January. But other than that, happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor French?
Thank you. And just carrying on the thoughts of Councillor Stoner, I agree. This is a developer that really other developers could take many of the pages of their playbook and apply it to their own projects. It's refreshing to see a report that is indicating that pretty much everything is in alignment with our objectives. And the diversity of housing is also refreshing. It's great to see cottages being incorporated into the mix in this plan. So I'm supporting. Thank you.
Any others? I'll be supporting the motion. It's actually kind of bittersweet after the heat we took in the last council for putting this through rezoning and an OCP amendment. To see this diversity of housing, to see that some of these cottages will be affordable and adaptable, I think that's a great addition to our community. I think probably that Strata is going to hear from the cottage residents is that they'd like to cover up their parking somehow. I think that's going to be problematic in the future, but I appreciate the developer thinking about covered areas for the green spaces and play spaces. I think that is a nod to the fact that we are a community that has a lot of rain, but people still like to be outdoors 12 months of the year. So I appreciate that. Just for how to use that piece of land and create some privacy for those below and not interfere with the views of the folks above. I think it's been thoughtfully designed. And glad to see our waste receptacles being put into specific areas rather than having bin after bin after bin that bears can access. So it's nice that staff have moved us in that direction to see centralized waste management. I think that's a great idea. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks so much for your work on this, Ms. Stratis.
Thank you.
Council will take a 10-minute recess till 3:10. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back in the special business meeting for Tuesday, July 7th. We are on item 10B1, Ministerial Order Resolution. I'm handing it over to Ms. Arthurs.
Good afternoon, Council. Robin Arthurs, General Manager of Corporate Services. And today I am here to speak to Council about Ministerial Order 192, which was issued by the province on June 17th, or put forward. So as I did give an update last Tuesday on June 30th, and a little reminder, a refresher, but in early spring, in response to the pandemic and the emergency, state of emergency issued by the province introduced ministerial orders that allowed local governments, to operate their council meetings differently from what is prescribed legislatively in the Community Charter and the Local Government Act. For example, councils are allowed to hold meetings electronically, even if there's no procedure bylaw provisions in place, and local governments could also exclude public attendance at their council meetings, and in particular, we're allowed to consider issues where normally public participation might be required. Just of note, we did not do that. We did not hold any matters that required public participation while we were unable to hold an electronic meeting. Additionally, the province gave councils the ability to give bylaws, all 4 readings in a single meeting, where there were no hearing provisions. So, highlights from Ministerial Order 192. So, this order was introduced and it validated the previous Ministerial Orders 139 and 98, which had been challenged through the Ombudsman's office as far as their validity in the minister who issued them having the authority to do so. That we're all okay because this Ministerial Order 192 validates any of the actions that local governments undertook while operating under 139 and 98. So today I'm only going to speak to the council meeting requirements because 192 has some considerations of other things like finance bylaws and bylaw readings and a few other things. So Ministerial Order 192 encourages districts, local governments to return to in-person meetings where medical health orders and their requirements around distancing and numbers of people attending what's considered an event can be met. So for us, a council meeting, a public hearing, a development variance permit hearing, a large delegation is considered an event. So the new order encourages enhancing electronic meeting abilities to allow the public to participate without attending in person, and this requirement under the ministerial order, and you'll see the attached guidelines that I had attached to the report, talk about what's considered best efforts. So we're going to go over some of those as well. So the district has already established what the guidelines considered best efforts to be implemented under the order. We're already doing that. So we have been holding our electronic council meetings since the pandemic shut down our offices and closed our hall. We've live streamed meetings for years and years. We've archived our council meeting videos for years and years, and they're available to the public through the website. We already post agendas in advance of the meetings, and we have introduced an electronic platform, WebEx, which will allow for public participation in meetings beginning on the 21st of July, where we have a delegation planned and a development variance permit hearing. So we will be giving instructions for that. So our next steps towards these best efforts and the ones that we're not currently doing. We'll be returning to evening business meetings to allow for greater public participation ability. We've been developing communications and instructions for electronic public participation. On July 21st, we have a development variance permit and a delegation planned, and then on July 28th, Council has just established the date for the public hearing for the bylaws, which were read this morning, and there's about 25 of those. So it will be a very large public hearing, and we will be putting together very simple but comprehensive instructions and communications on how the public can participate. And of course, there's always the opportunity to provide written submissions to Council if people are uncomfortable attending electronically. As well, the plan is to move to in-person opportunity attendance where it's possible under the medical health officer requirements in September. And what that means is we're looking to establish our location, what staff training is necessary, and whether or not people can attend public hearings that are planned for September, which Council hasn't established the dates yet, but we'll be doing. I think you did Falcon Crescent last week, and that's the 8th of September. So the return to public attendance requires that staff put together a safety plan that basically includes training for elected officials on what that means should elected officials plan or choose to attend, for staff, for greeters, as well as we have to put together a communication plan on public expectations and protocols for public attendance and how we are able to adhere to medical health officer requirements. So just one thing though that does have to do with our council meetings is bylaw readings. So we were able to give bylaws that typically would have 3 readings, 1 meeting, and adoption at the next reading, 4 readings in 1 day. And we did take advantage of that ability. Council considered an amended financial plan bylaw and tax rate bylaw and a few other fees and charges type bylaws during the previous ministerial orders. Under the new ministerial order, this is no longer, we don't have the ability, with the exception of a few types of finance bylaws in an emergency. And so should we return back to phase 1 or 2, this will give us the ability to look at our financial plan again if necessary. We can look at municipal fees, and I do know that later the CFO will be bringing a report on tax sale options, which is also another ability under the new ministerial order. So I did not put together a slide with the motions on them. I missed that, sorry.
That's all right.
So I can go back out of that.
Thank you, Ms. Arthurs. Council, do you have any questions about that presentation or Ministerial Order 192? Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, just in particular around the in-person September plan and what the order expects. Because if council and chief staff aren't expected to be in person, if we can still attend remotely, then it seems that it's really just facilitating a remote participation of people. And so I'm wondering, is this really about that, making sure people without computers and technology have a way to participate, or is there an expectation that all or a majority of council and key staff are in person as well?
Councillor Pettengill, you're correct. This provides an opportunity for the public to attend the meeting. There's no requirement that council needs to attend in person, but we need to have a place that's large enough to accommodate the public where they can watch the meeting. That's a requirement under the order, and where they can actually view what council is voting on and discussing in a transparent manner. So it opens up our transparency for those who are maybe disenfranchised because they don't have the right kind of electronic equipment at home to watch council meeting or to participate. So everybody might have a phone, but you might not have a laptop or something like that. But staff, senior staff, or councillors are not required under the order to attend. You can participate electronically still.
So I think in that regard, you have to follow Dr. Henry and other public health advice based on, and I would expect that this of all councillors and staff is to base it on your own personal situation, given that this ministerial order doesn't require you to be there. And we will figure out a means to make a hybrid model work should people want to be there in person and others choose to participate remotely. And both of those things are okay. Continue, Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, you may have just answered my question, and it may be, I may be overstepping my bounds anyways, but I was curious from a staff perspective on, compelling staff to be in person versus this is something that people would volunteer for if they were comfortable to sort of help manage participants.
Ms. Arthurs, do you want to, obviously we need some staff there to help us manage this, so do you want to speak to that?
It's very likely that there will be legislative services staff, some IT, myself, potentially the chair, whoever's chairing the meeting, depending on their health circumstances. And it also depends on the comfort level of the staff and the location that we secure for the meetings to make sure it's large enough that, staff can distance. The one thing is right now we're not having open meetings because council chamber, with the number of people that we have with minutes and operating the meeting and the chair, we cannot actually accommodate more people in the chamber. We'd have to be turning people away. So if we had a large agenda like today where there was multiple people, if the venue's not large enough, we wouldn't be able to have them all in attendance at the same time, and that might preclude some members of the public attending. So we have to sort of weigh what is more important. Is it more important for the public to come in and attend and watch the council meeting and see what transpires, or when staff can present from their office, if or their home? So, does that answer your question?
Thank you. Other questions? Are staff considering mask wearing?
Yes, we've all been provided with masks, and we have them for when we're meeting with the public. So, for example, I meet with the public to sign pension documents for people from other countries, and they're seniors, so I don't want to put them at risk. So I wear a mask when I do that, and most often they're also wearing masks. And our staff at the door have masks. Our greeters at our open council meetings will have masks. Absolutely.
I was thinking more of the public required to wear a mask to attend an in-person meeting.
I think that we can look at what the medical health officer requirements are, and then look at the availability of a supply of masks, because it would, if we're having a public hearing and somebody shows up without a mask and we don't have masks, I'm not sure what that would do to our public hearing validity if we were to turn them away without them being able to make a submission.
And have you thought about, we've certainly had more than 50 people at public hearings before, so what kind of, like, this isn't simple to roll out, so how do we start to anticipate crowd control for public hearings where more than 50 people may attend?
When we know that we have a very large public hearing, like we have coming up, we will encourage people to make written submissions. We will let them know that it's very likely that the majority of council will not be in attendance, and so you will not be presenting to council per se, that you can present electronically from home, that this in-person attendance is really for people who are unable or uncomfortable or not tech savvy enough to participate electronically from home. And people who participate electronically from home, it'll look just like it looks right now. So they will be up on the screen, they will make their submission, their presentation to council, and then, you know, they can make as many submissions as time allows. So it's all in the communication, I think, and that's what we're developing right now.
Other questions? So there is motion in front of us that we continue to exclude public attendance, as in-person attendance. People can still watch online, and on the 21st, we will have the ability for folks to participate with the DVP and the delegation. That electronic public participation be established beginning this month through the WebEx platform, and that we develop a safety plan for in-person meeting attendance beginning with the first meeting in September, where public health orders can be adhered to. You're moving that, Councillor French. Seconded by Councillor Herford. Any comments? Councillor French?
Yeah, I'll just quickly speak to it. This level of public participation is overdue, and I understand a lot of hurdles have been cleared to make this happen, and I thank staff for the work that has taken place, and it's been tough work. And I am looking forward to opening up a little bit more in the next couple weeks. Thanks.
Councillor Pettengill.
Yeah, I just also wanted to thank staff as I've talked to other municipal leaders and heard from them. Squamish has been fairly far out in front, from what I understand, in terms of what we can do with the situation and engaging the public, and there's more pleased to see some of the plans. I do have some hesitation, I guess some apprehension about September and whether or not we're being a little bit overly optimistic, but seem to be optimistic for now and be ready to adjust. So thanks, Staff. It's a whole lot of logistics to make this happen.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner? There you go.
There you go. Thank you, through the chair. Yeah, I think that, like many of the things that have resulted from COVID, I think this really changes the way that we think about local government and our process of transparency. And I know for me personally, it's really challenged me in terms of our governance systems. I do think it's really important to outline the work that we have always done and continue to do on transparency, especially around live streaming, archiving our material. As Councillor Pettengill just said, we are ahead of the curve on that one. But it is odd to have meetings where folks can't call in, folks can't participate in the same way. So just recognizing that, I think, is challenging for me personally as a councillor, and reassuring the public that we're working really hard to try and get there. And so thanks to staff for continuing to revisit how we might be able to do that. Looking forward to the end of this month where we can trial some of those things, where we can have folks call in. And then also that there are other communities that have been doing a few public hearings, and so I know staff are also looking to them in terms of what has worked and what hasn't worked. And we're not alone in this, and so we are still figuring it out, so appreciate the patience of the public. And staff for ensuring that we are doing everything we can in this moment, in these unique circumstances, to make sure that we are being as transparent as possible.
Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Arthurs. It was actually kind of fun to have someone presenting to me for the first time instead of on a screen. Okay, next up, item 10C1. This is the District of Squamish Restart Business Plan on our sidewalk and streetscape program. And staff went away just to do some more engagement and are bringing back this report. Ms. Woodside, over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alicia Woodside, Economic Development Specialist. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, perfect. So today I'm presenting an update to you on the Sidewalk and Streetscape program, which is designed to leverage municipal assets to support business recovery from COVID-19. So first off, we want to provide a quick update on the initial 2 programs that we launched earlier in May and June. So first program is the temporary patio and sidewalk sale program, which offered businesses a way to create or extend their patio or sidewalk sale, whether that was on district land or private land, and it offered a streamlined process and application to do so. So since launching that one on May 29th, we've had 7 applications received and approved, and it's great to see that it's been throughout Squamish. So we've had about 4 in the downtown area, 1 in the business park, 1 in Valleycliff, and 1 in Brackendale. So that's the first program. Following that, on June 5th, we launched the temporary patio program. And this program provided businesses with a way to safely operate in an outdoor environment using municipal park space, and along with that, a streamlined process to apply. So with that program, we've had 10 applications since June 5th, and it's been really interesting to see the different types of uses that businesses have identified for using the park space. So we've had everything from outdoor yoga programs, outdoor activities for parents and children. We've also had a couple of recent pop-up shop applications for kind of handmade artisan products to operate close to the Squamish Farmers Market. And these have been making use of many different parks in Squamish, including Brennan Park, Rose Park, University Park, Junction Park, Pat Good Park, and Brennan Park. And staff have been balancing the use between rec programs as well. As you know, those have been starting up again. And so far it's been very harmonious balancing those different needs. So as we took a phased approach to this program, we committed to coming back to you, Council, after exploring other measures. And in that time, we looked at roadway closures for business use, including side street closures, as well as closing full streets such as Cleveland Avenue. And at this time, we recommend focusing on the initial programs that we launched and not pursuing the other measures. So some of the basis of that was based on a survey conducted by the Squamish Chamber of Commerce, and I included some results of that in the report that you can see. But just as a quick summary of that, we found that there was more support for the initial programs that we launched. So businesses making use of park space as well as sidewalks for patios. And we're also aware that businesses are dealing with reduced workforce and reduced revenue at this time. And so it may be more challenging for them to take advantage of what a roadway closure could offer to them. And in addition, there is potentially some similarity when we look at roadway closures to car-free events and activations. And while the car-free events are definitely a part of the Community Climate Action Plan as like a medium-term objective, a lot of the car-free events are being canceled for this summer just because of physical distancing and the obvious potential for crowding. So that includes City of Port Moody and all of the major Vancouver car-free events for this year. And I just wanted to wrap up by saying this does not preclude any community groups from applying to request a roadway closure in future. Conditions may change, as we know it's ever evolving with COVID-19 recovery. And so if a community group presents a traffic management plan to us, and we will look at that going forward. That's my update. Pretty short.
but positive. Thanks, Ms. Woodside. Great to see the uptake on those programs. Council, any questions? Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, through the chair. It is really positive to see that there has been uptake of the programs that we put forward. I'm just curious though, if and when we get more traction on the patio program and we aren't exploring road closures, then what happens to folks who are trying to get around if we've used up the sidewalks for patio space? So part of the rationale, I think, for exploring that roadway was, or the roadway closures, was to enable some additional space for people. So just curious on your perspective there.
Yeah, I think Nav Gill is also on the call, and if she's able to talk, I'll maybe have her add some details. But essentially, each application is reviewed thoroughly by staff to ensure that physical distancing requirements are met, and they're only approved once those conditions are met. And that involves looking at the full context, including the sidewalk and all of the land. But maybe I'll have Nav, if she's able to speak, just add a bit more detail there.
Sure. So yeah, we have guidelines on how much sidewalk space needs to remain, and every patio application we get, we review it in terms of those guidelines to ensure that the sidewalk space is maintained. And then if it's a parking stall patio, they still have to maintain that sidewalk space in between. So it's definitely something we have consideration for, and we wouldn't be losing sidewalk space to allow for a patio. We would make arrangements or work around it to ensure that there's enough space for people to walk by.
So no one's asked for a bigger patio than we're allowing through this program?
Nav, did you want to take that question?
Technical difficulties here. That's correct. And well, in cases where they have tried to expand further, we've kind of like readjusted things, or looked at different alternatives, and had some discussions with them. So we haven't encountered anything that would totally be unfeasible in terms of sidewalk space, in terms of that too large of a patio for that in that instance.
Any follow-up, Councillor Stoner? Councillor Pettengill? Councillor Pettengill?
Thank you. Yeah, just a comment there. I would personally prefer to see using some of the road as an easy alternative or something on the table still. And I guess a little bit related to that, and maybe I'm not understanding the cohorts in the chamber survey, but I wasn't quite understanding, like it seemed there was strong support for business from business for activities in parks, but they didn't want, as you mentioned, road closures because staffing challenges would make it harder for them to take advantage of that. But intuitively, it would seem to me that would be even more true of taking advantage of the park thing, which presumably isn't right in front of the store, and so there's more challenging in terms of staffing. So I was trying to put those numbers together, and maybe that's two different groups answering that question. That's where that distinction was. And I guess, so I wonder, can you speak to that? Is it all the same group, or do you, can you sort of help me understand that?
Yeah, through the mayor. So the Squamish Chamber survey had about 80 respondents, and one of the findings that we found really relevant for the roadway closure question is around closing Cleveland Avenue to vehicles, and when the responses were broken down into the Cleveland Avenue businesses specifically, that's where there was opposition. And so you'll see that chart in the report, but 50% said they did not at all support the closure, and that's Cleveland Avenue businesses to be specific. When we look at the park use program versus the roadway closures, they are quite different in that a park use program, businesses have the option of taking advantage of it, but they do not have to. Whereas a roadway closure, basically something that businesses can't necessarily elect to participate in, if that makes sense. So there's a little bit of a difference there.
Okay, thank you. And then related somewhat, in my mind at least, I think we're dealing with COVID, and I understand a lot of businesses are struggling. There are some supports which may or may not always be sufficient, but there is that support to get through a change in operation. And setting aside COVID, between climate change and growth, we do sort of, I think, see a need to shift away from customers coming in cars from businesses. And so I guess from my perspective, this seems like one of the silver linings is an opportunity is to grow that side of your business or focus that side of your business that serves customers on bikes and walking and so on. And so I guess I'm wondering, are we doing enough to take advantage of some of the small silver linings here? And are we missing an opportunity by not, some of the businesses that would benefit or think they could benefit from a road closure, should we at least be doing that a little bit to help them?
Ian, are you able to connect as we hoped? Ian Pickett is also on the call and can speak to that question.
Yes. Can people hear me? Just a quick thumbs up if you can.
Yeah.
Great. It's a great question, Councillor Pettingill. It's something that economic development thought about carefully. One thing we want to be continually very sensitive to is treating this primarily as a COVID response mechanism. And one of the, we certainly considered, a co-benefit of a response being this added, getting people out of cars. However, the business reluctance to accept this, or the survey results kind of took the wind out of our sails a little bit with that, and also the potential for compromising social distancing. So we thought it would be most prudent to keep promoting car-free days as a midterm priority, as is outlined in the CCAP. As we're still definitely going to work toward that, but this didn't seem like the appropriate grounds to kind of bump it up and try to do it this year. Thank you.
Councillor Herford.
Thank you. And on the same topic, I'm curious, and I appreciate the feedback from our business community, and it's was the correct thing to take that into consideration as we're making these policies. I'm just curious, a piece that might be missing from my standpoint, and maybe from the business's standpoint as well, is somehow getting a feeling of the public's willingness to participate. If we can, if a car-free day or chunk of time, or summer weekends, or whatever that is appealing to customers that are excited to come and do business in the area, that may help the businesses feel more comfortable, if that's in fact the case. So how, going forward, how do we capture that, whether that's be considered market research, or the other side, sort of like the demand, maybe the demand side as far as the uptake goes?
Ian, did you want to discuss how that maybe relates to any future car-free day
planning? Sure. I might be misinterpreting this, but I think Councillor Herford is kind of hinting at, I think that might be more reason not to kind of bump this forward, like a more carefully derived strategy that economic development, planning, and climate response can come together and put forth a kind of a more thoughtful research strategy. I think that's another rationale not to try to fit it in this year.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that we're just potentially missing a part of the equation, and maybe when we look at that, it just reinforces where we are, and maybe the customer polls would be in line with the business polls. but maybe there's some surprises there that our business community would like to, could benefit from learning, or not. It just seems to be a bit of a void, and one of the pieces that we're trying to affect is what the people are going to do and how the businesses interact with them. So I respect the outcome of the poll to date, but I want to make sure that we're capturing sort of the wholesome approach to it as well.
Go ahead, Mr. Pickett.
One of the great help write a report is feeling like I'm tooting my own horn. This Woodsite did some great analysis looking at how these are, and in truth they are very much tourism oriented a lot of the time, which I was certainly surprised to read. So it's an interesting aspect. I would have thought it would have been more locally attractive, but these do have the potential to be major tourist draws, which is further reason to think about it very carefully. And in a time of COVID, it might be not the most prudent strategy.
Follow up, Councillor Herford.
No, I'm going to leave it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Councillor Pettengill, quickly.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, the climate issue is a concern, but I think it's also just a piece about management growth. But with more people downtown, I think there is a desire for people for some sort of social interaction. And so I think in my mind, and maybe it's just optimism, but it seemed that street closures was the way to provide some level of greater social interaction while allowing us to manage some distancing, maybe, and maybe that's unreasonable, but sort of managing that distancing in a safe space, in a safe way that can provide some benefit to the businesses. And are we missing that opportunity in this? And I just, yeah.
I can take that to the mayor. I guess with this program, we really looked at it through the lens of business recovery first, and that was the main intention and goal, and how can we help businesses recover from COVID-19. It's great if we can also action part of the community climate action plan as part of it. And what we found from the initial data, and of course, this is all happening very quickly, and we'd love to have more data, but we kind of had to move quickly on this. We found that there was some opposition to this type of roadway closure, and that when we looked at it in comparison to the other two programs that we launched, it didn't have the same kind of unanimous support around it. And because businesses are struggling through their recovery, we feel that it's a much better place for businesses to be able to take advantage of something like this when they are more recovered. For example, potentially in the next summer or following.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner?
Thank you. I'm just curious. So in the staff report, it does say that there was some general support for closing some of the side streets. Granted, it wasn't overwhelming support. I have heard, so trying to get a little bit of insight into the other side of this equation. I have definitely heard people and from people that they are no longer going downtown because they feel like it is unsafe and it is too busy, and that there isn't space to move around. And so appreciate that we are hearing from the business community, but I do think Councillor Herford is getting to a point where we actually don't have the other side of the equation in this staff report, which is, do people feel safe and comfortable going downtown at the moment? And so I'm just curious from staff perspective, what is the lift to try and close some of these side streets for Saturdays for the remainder of the summer, in an effort to try and address some of that concern that I know at least I've heard from the community, that they don't want to go downtown because it's too busy, while recognizing that there is some support from the business community to trial that.
Through the mayor, Ian, can you speak to the engineering side of the resourcing required for street closures?
I'm sorry, I don't feel like I have the expertise to do that.
Is there anyone from engineering team?
So I don't want you to struggle with this, Ms. Woodside. You were asked to go away and put together a sidewalk and a park use program, which you've done, and it's been really successful. And part of that was engaging the business community to see their interest in road closures. We're not seeing that, but that's not uncommon, and that wouldn't be uncommon even if there wasn't a pandemic and people weren't short-staffed and just trying to keep their doors open. When car-free areas are proposed, businesses say no, generally. And that's why they're piloted. But I'll ask council to remember that we don't have a fully functioning transit system. We have not seen numbers go up on transit. Some people are afraid to take transit. We don't have enough bike racks downtown, I'll tell you that much. And so there's missing pieces around this that, one, we're hearing from businesses that I'm feeling stressed out. I might not have enough staff to take advantage of more space to create a vibrant experience. People may not feel comfortable using the modes of travel that we would need them to use to get down here on a car-free day. But I absolutely support the fact that I recognize with my colleagues is we didn't ask the people. And are people comfortable downtown? And I think that's something that our business community, the downtown BIA and the chamber, should be not just focused on their members, but also being curious about the experience of people in our community. Do they feel safe in the businesses they're visiting? What is their experience? Because if they're not coming downtown or anywhere, no matter what we do. So I think there's definitely missing pieces to this puzzle, but I don't want to put Ms. Woodside on the spot here. We didn't direct her to do more than we asked her to do. And I don't want her to feel like she hasn't performed in putting this program together and launching and getting it done and seeing this great response. So, so let's, if we want to direct more work, then we need to direct more work. I think we're going to have to monitor this. If we get any nice weekends over the summer, I think it will be crowded downtown. And for my part, I think, tourists and locals alike want to feel safe wherever they are through the pandemic. So I think it's something that we need to keep our eye on and keep responding to business as they experience the summer that is hopefully coming our way, despite the rain. So council, if you could just watch your questions, because there's folks here that aren't here to answer some of the questions you have, and we didn't direct the work that you're asking about. So, is there anything else? Certainly, I would like to ask that staff follow up with the Downtown BIA and the Chamber and see what measures can be taken to take the pulse of our community and visitors. I would actually include Tourism Squamish on that to try and assess how people are feeling. I know Tourism Squamish had an ambassador program, and they used to survey folks at parks and different places around town as visitors arrived. And it would be really helpful to see if there's a way for us to capture some of are we meeting people's expectations around safety and distancing and service, and provide a bit more of that. So if you wouldn't mind following up in that regard, Ms. Woodside, to see if our partners in the community have a way to gather some of that information.
I'd be happy to.
Thanks. Anything else on this, council? All right. So we could just move receipt, or that staff focus on 2 programs for leveraging of municipal assets to support local businesses through the COVID recovery. That's the motion, unless someone wants to put forward a different one.
I'll move receipt.
Move receipt of the report.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor French. Did I see your hand, Councillor Pengill?
I was going to second.
Okay. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We're on to the consent agenda. Thank you for your work, Ms. Woodside. Thanks.
Thanks.
If you are in conflict of any of the items on here, you need to, we need to remove them from the consent agenda and deal with them separately. Or if you would like to pull any correspondence from this list, you should do that now. Councillor Anderson?
Yes, I'd like to pull two correspondence items. Item number 4, Philip Clark letter. Item number 13 from Anitra Paris, Reclean Energy BC.
Others, Councillor Pengill, and then Councillor Stoner.
Wanted to add items 6 and 12 to pull, please.
6. Councillor Stoner?
I'll pull item 1.
Did you get all those? Yeah. Anything else? Okay, so those letters will be dealt with under correspondence action requested. That's item 13. So if there's nothing else, Councillor Herford, are you moving the consent agenda?
After I pull letter 8, I'll move the consent agenda.
Darn it.
So I believe it's 8 for bank signage.
Got it. Who would like
And
to
then
move?
I will move.
Oh, thank
with that
you.
moved, I will move the consent agenda.
Seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so under action requested, we have a letter from C. Bosman, the Eco Village, Squamish, that this letter be referred to staff for a response. I'll move that. Seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Next letter is from M. Johnson, School Zone in the Highlands, that this letter be referred to the Director of Engineering. Moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Letter from P. Watt about zoning and an OCP question, that this be referred to the Director of Community Planning. That is moved by me, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Anderson has sent us an email about the bike lane on Pemberton Avenue, that this be directed to engineering. Moved by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And finally, in Johnston, proposal for a playground on Glacier View Drive be referred to staff for response. Moved by Councillor Herford, seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. I'm going in order from the letters that were pulled. Councillor Stoner, you're up first.
Thank you. Through the chair, I was just wondering if staff could speak a little bit to the ongoing efforts that we're doing at the end of Perth. I know this is one of multiple pieces of correspondence that we've received, so I will just end up moving receipt, but I was hoping that staff could kind of speak to the work that's ongoing.
Ms. Glende, is there someone that can speak to that?
Mayor Elliott, I would have to ask somebody from engineering to speak to that, and I'm sorry that I don't know if someone's on the call. We can certainly bring that back to council next week.
Councillor Stoner, do you want to refer it to next week's?
I'll refer it to next week, and even just a memo from staff about our response to the Perth area would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, we're consistently getting complaints after each weekend, and it's hard to know what presence is up there or lack of presence, and so we'll have that come back next week, Councillor Stoner. Move receipt, moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Councillor Anderson, you had letter 4.
Yes. Letter 4 concerns concerns raised about some of our signage downtown, older signage, legacy signage, if you like. And I believe that the specific concerns should be taken very seriously by our council. I'd like to take the opportunity to highlight that we may be missing something in the toolbox for addressing this. The chieftain sign in particular has been discussed within the community, including by the Squamish Nation, as a heritage artifact. And the piece in the toolbox I think we're missing for an orderly discussion or the kind of discussion I think the standard discussion this requires is an element of local government initiative province-wide that they have as part of a heritage strategy or policy, statements of significance. And this is where a local government or a community group approaches a local government via commission or something about an artifact or a building or something of having heritage value or heritage character. And statement of significance, these are used continent-wide, worldwide, and they're a tool. They're a tool for not establishing heritage value, but describing it. And part of that description concerns values and how values change. And this is really the substance of this letter. It reflects on the fact, the correspondent, that values are changing and have changed. So this is a tool for negotiating and recognizing changing values and doing it in a consistent manner. We don't have that tool. So the chieftain sign should have what we can refer to as a reference document, a statement of significance. And there are many examples, including about similar signage. I have one in front of me from Vancouver on Kingsway. There are many examples that we would apply to this. Such a program was recommended by our planning department to council in 2005. And I know it's a bit of something I keep returning to, but I think that we have here another example of how it is still missing in our toolbox. So I would, having said that, I will offer to move receipt of this piece of correspondence, unless there may be other comments.
Councillor Pettengill?
Yeah, I was considering pulling this one as well. I think some valid concerns are raised, and Councillor Anderson touched on somehow values and understanding has changed. I think a discussion about the appropriateness of this sort of signage and or where or how we acknowledge this history is important. I'm not sure that we've got it right currently. I guess I was going to consider forwarding this to our budget discussions. I'm wondering if, there's a sponsorship policy which maybe brushes up against this. I think it's maybe worth some time about a bit of council consideration about how or if or where we deal with this sort of issue. And so I guess I would propose maybe that we refer this to budget for discussion.
Ms. Glende, do you have any sense of where we would capture signage? We have a signed bylaw. Is it possible to update it to capture the idea of evolving values, or for old signage putting up, as Councillor Anderson said, aligning it with a reference statement?
Well, it's certainly, the signed bylaw is one tool. I wouldn't want to commit to that being the only tool at this point, and would like to take some time with staff and discuss how best we would achieve the objective of that matching of values. So whether it's policy or bylaw, but certainly staff can look at that in a discussion, and if it's a broader diversity and equity discussion, and if it was a larger project, then I would recommend a budget consideration for that.
Thank you for your input. Councillor Anderson?
Yes, I just wanted to make clear that my point is that this belongs in the discussion of heritage policy and a program of statements of significance, statements of context that belong in any heritage policy. We are the only municipality in this corridor from Deep Cove to Pemberton that does not have these kinds of tools. So I very specifically am recommending that it belongs in the discussion of heritage policy.
Councillor Anderson, you recommended receipt of the letter.
Yes, that's right. I'm only recommending receipt of the letter. That's correct.
But you're not recommending anything else.
That's correct.
Sounds like you want to.
I am opposed to referring it to the budget as something other than a heritage policy issue, and then specifically in relation to the chieftain sign.
I think, though, that what I'm hearing in council is that there is a broader discussion that also is touched on by this issue. It's not just heritage. There's a broader discussion about community, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which I think is the piece that Councillor Pettengill has picked up on. You are, I think, looking at this from purely a heritage perspective. Is that right?
If I may, I've suggested that these values are part of a heritage discussion, and this is very common. I'm reading it in the signage report I've got from Kingsway. This is where values are discussed, and changing values is in a heritage statement of significance. It is that broad discussion. That's where it belongs.
All right. So Councillor Anderson has moved receipt of this letter. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Pettengill?
Is it too late to also move that we discuss this at budget?
What I would like to propose, Councillor Pettengill, is that we have a strategic plan review coming up, and maybe an opportunity, given that you are looking at for a broader conversation, that we address this topic there and find a way forward. It gives staff also a chance to reflect on what is a possible direction here.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Who's next? Councillor Pettengill, you have letter 6 from the Mayor of Roslyn.
Yes, and I guess I would hope that there would be council support for Mayor Elliott to join this covenant. I'm not sure if that's the best path forward is a resolution to do that. When I read through, I think we're already doing everything that is asked in this covenant, but I think adding our voice to the chorus and providing that extra bit of momentum is worthwhile, but I think it's entirely in line with everything that we're already doing. So I guess would a resolution that the mayor, Mayor Elliott joins the Global Covenant of the Mayors for Climate Change and Energy by submitting a commitment letter to the Global Covenant of Mayors Secretariat. That would be the resolution. Sorry, I was thinking a bit on the fly there. I can repeat that once more. That Mayor Elliott joins the Global Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy by submitting the commitment letter, a commitment letter to the Global Covenant of Mayors Secretariat.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Stoner seconds. Councillor Pettengill, do you have a sense of what work is involved, aside from writing a letter?
My understanding is that's it. It's just adding our voice, and the real work is the work we're already doing with the community climate action plan and so on.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner?
Yeah, I will support this motion. I am hesitant to sign the mayor up for additional work, but having read Roslyn's summary or letter to the Global Covenant, we are really doing everything already, and it's just outlining the work that we have done to date and through our community climate action plan, and then it adds, I think, some weight to that international group and outlines, and there's a good chance to showcase some of the work that Squamish has done to date. And if you'd like some help to support drafting that letter, you let us know.
Thanks. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Councillor Pettengill. I owe you one. Councillor Herford, do you have letter 8 from Fairbanks?
Yes, thank you. And this version, or I've heard some comments about the new signage, and I was really excited to see sort of the stages of preparation for these signs, and they're coming. And then they came in, and I was disappointed, and I think members of the public are disappointed with the signage that is there. As you can see in those photos, it doesn't really jump out at you. If you're heading towards that crux that we discussed earlier, which is the top of Perth, and you're going to experience the Great Mountain Bike Trails of Squamish, and you're driving up, and you're getting closer, and we're almost there, and we're almost going to ride bikes. Where do I go? It doesn't do it for me. So I'm looking for a internationally recognized parking sign that says even MTB with that parking image, and it can be substantially wider than that obelisk that's there, and it doesn't need to cost. I know those signs, the putting up the sign posts costs a lot of money, but I don't think that redoing the actual signage on the sign post is a huge budgetary thing, and I think we really need to go back to the drawing board on that because we were close. So I suppose as far as this letter goes, referring it to engineering staff for follow-up would be where to go, but that's my short rant on that. I could go on for the rest of.
Please don't.
No, that's it for now.
So Councillor Herford is referring this letter to engineering for reconsideration of our signage. That's seconded by Councillor French. I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Herford. Councillor Pettengill, we're back to you for J. McBride reopening. This is letter 12.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. In the context of our discussion about car-free days and street closures and so on, and concern about crowds and so on, I thought Ms. McBride raised some reasonable points, and I haven't observed myself, so I don't know what the crowds are. So I wanted to refer this, I think, to planning. I'm not sure if that's the appropriate department.
For what response, Councillor Pettengill?
Just to, I guess, make sure that this isn't causing a crowding issue, that proximity of too many food trucks at once isn't encouraging crowds that are too large, as Ms. McBride seems to suggest.
I believe it's Real Estate Services that is managing the food truck program, but Ms. Glendale, I'll go to you.
Thank you, Mayor Elliott. If council's comfortable just referring to staff, then I can discern which staff members would be best to respond. It could be more than one department.
So I will move that we refer this to staff.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And then, Councillor Anderson, you pulled the letter from a Paris about the Clean Energy BC Bill 17 proposed amendments.
Yes, thank you. Clean Energy BC is an advocacy organization for independent power producers province-wide. They have a number of members in our corridor. And the letter concerns proposed changes via Bill 17 to policies relating to BC hydroelectricity purchasing. And the members or the independent power producer community province-wide are concerned about this, and I suggest that we should be paying attention to it as well, for the reason that here in the district of Squamish, we have 6 independent power producers with contracts with BC Hydro. Pemberton has 4, Whistler 3. Altogether in the SLRD, there are 14 IPPs, and that is a very substantial portion of the provincial list of these entities with contracts with BC Hydro. A number of them, including here in Squamish, involve First Nations joint ventures, and there are planned to be further First Nations engagements in this sector. We have another one close by at Port Mellon, which is a very large IPP, and right now it's being paid not to produce electricity. And it is also one that has taken a lot of our wood waste from Squamish. So it's also a factor that we should be mindful of, is that presence. It's a very large plant. So in the big picture for our community climate action plan, we are proposing to shift towards electricity. And that's in contrast to about 12 years ago when we weren't. And that's because those big picture changes in the markets affected us and affected the whole province. So this is a sector we should be keeping an eye on with our state in electrification and on the provincial policy regarding that's going to allow us to electrify. So I'm going to suggest that this letter and its complementary package from complementing package from Clean Energy BC be referred to our staff. And I would expect Ian Pickus, but that's at the discretion of Linda Glenday. But I would also ask whether we should alert the SLRD staff or via Mayor Elliott or as per your advice. I think this is a major issue for the SLRD, and in fact, historically, the SLRD has been very active in this field in terms of provincial policy. Finally, I suggest we should monitor this issue for any upcoming conversations we may have with our MLA, Jordan Sturdy. So I'm moving that we refer this item to our staff, first of all.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor French. Councillor Pettengill?
Yeah, thank you. I will support this. I'll also add this resonated with me. I'm also thinking in terms of, you know, as we talk about getting to zero emissions or lowering our emissions in Squamish, we've talked about you know, energy sharing between buildings and so on, and I see this as connected to that. I spoke to Ms. White yesterday, so she's the new ED of this Clean Energy BC, and I asked her if she could put together a more specific ask, and because it sounds like they're looking for support, so she committed to providing that. And then I also suggested that she reach out to the Climate Caucus, who I think would be, in general, very interested in this as well. So I'm anticipating a bit more of a succinct ask from this week as well.
Thank you, Councillor Pettengill. Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. I think we're done with that. We have recommendations from Committee of the Whole, June 23rd. That free summer weekend transit be implemented on 2 conditions: that we hit phase 3, check, and that BC Transit has increased their bus capacity to approximately 2/3 by July 27th. Not so far checked, as far as I know. All those someone want to move that? I was just going to vote on it without having it moved. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor French. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Any business arising from the minutes? We have advisory design panel minutes to receive. I'll move that. Seconded by Councillor Stoner. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. I don't have a lengthy mayor's update. I did append our letter about RCMP and community health and public safety, which Councillor Stoner drafted. I worked with her on the ask to the government along with Natasha Golbeck and in consultation with our local RCMP. So that letter is starting to appear on agendas this week. I've had responses from several mayors who are aligned with the tone of that letter, and so we'll just see who else shows up, but then I would certainly like to work with some of the mayors across the province to see if we can move this forward as an advocacy issue as part of the 1.5 billion recovery funds and certainly at UBCM. So thank you, Councillor Stoner, for helping to draft that letter. It's being well received, so appreciate that. Any council or staff announcements? None from staff. Councillor Pettengill?
Yeah, and please cut me off if I've already mentioned this. It's been a while ago and I've just kind of lost track in all the meetings, but I attended the Helping Hands AGM a couple weeks ago, I think.
You did mention it.
Oh, I did? Okay.
I don't want to cut you off, though. Just can you be brief if you want to mention it again?
Well, sure. Just once more, they are serving and have served incredibly well a very particular and significant need in our community with COVID. Have done an incredible job, and just the dedication of Helping Hands and the food bank. But also, I want to acknowledge our own district staff and the appreciation they had for our district staff and the willingness to adjust and to support. And it is one of the things that makes you feel good about COVID, just how well people have come together, and you just, it's a place where I really saw the best of our community come out. So thank you very much to Helping Hands and staff and food bank.
Anything else, Council? I'll just announce that I am doing a in-person mayor's drop-in outside this Thursday. It is at 11 to 12:30 at Junction Park in the pavilion in case it rains, which it might. It's a bring your own coffee kind of event, but we'll have chairs. Just a chance for folks to come and say hi if they're new to town, or come with an idea or a question or a concern. So I'll be there, hopefully being joined by our acting mayor this month, Councillor French. And hopefully people will turn out. I've missed seeing people more face-to-face, so looking forward to that. And again, just a shout out to our library. They concluded their 3 virtual book clubs with Squamish Nation elders on 21 things you should know about the Indian Act. It's a fascinating short read. Everyone should read it. And I understand that those meetings are continuing for those that are interested to keep the conversation going. So I was able to make the 3rd of 3 last Friday, and it was just so great to see how our library continues to never shy away from furthering such an important conversation. They're innovators over there, and I really appreciate their work. All right. We don't have any unscheduled public attendance, but maybe we could on the 21st. You never know. And at the 21st, our media could actually ask us an open question period for clarification. So maybe that will happen too. Now I'll entertain a motion to close, Council, because our work is not done yet. Moved by Councillor Stoner, seconded by Councillor Herford. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.